Hello? Okay, there we go. It is 5 p.m. and I call to order the March 25th, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we enter executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates, receive legal advice related to the process for property acquisitions, discuss a contractual matter related to OraSure Technologies, and receive a quarterly legal update.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter executive session. Oh, good. Okay, good evening. Welcome back. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we conclude executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the March 25th, 2025 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Am I on? Can you hear me? Okay. By notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Mrs. McCowan.
Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, do I hear a motion to approve 39 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 39 certified staff employment recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 2 administrative recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 2 administrative recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 65 administrative contract renewals for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 65 administrative position contract renewals for the 2025-2026 school year. These approvals include senior leadership, executive directors, directors, and principals.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Again, the board did not receive legal advice on the Barnwell case. However, during executive session, we received a quarterly legal update and legal advice regarding the property acquisition process and a contractual matter regarding OraSure Technologies. And no action is required at this time. All right, moving on to a part that you all are, a lot of you are here for tonight, our honors and achievements. I think I have a copy somewhere. The proof positive, I don't see it. Oh, Mr. Rice has one. Make sure you grab your copy of the proof positive newsletter that highlights our honorees. That newsletter was on the sign-in table as you came in the door tonight. Once we finish, we will give you a chance to leave before we resume the rest of our meeting. So, Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price, will you please step down front? Honorees, when you hear your name, come and stand with Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. For our first award of the night, we are excited to honor 4 schools that swept the South Carolina National Archery in the school state tournament. First, let's invite the state winning team from Carolina Springs Elementary, represented tonight by the team's 5th grade members. Please come forward as I call your name. Jacob Barnhill, Wyatt Bolton, Sophia Boozer, Paige Chandler, Aaliyah Cross. Oh, Elijah. I'm so sorry. Elijah. Hey, Elijah. Sorry. Congratulations, Elijah. Alonzo Cross, Waylon Davis, Silas Harden, Selah Hodge, Mackenzie Jeffries, Christian McElwain, Ella Nave, Hunter New, Melody Peters, Elena Ryer, Millie Tipton, Bela Van Covering, Nico Webster. Team coaches are Jennifer Johnson, Lynn Odom, and Ryan Davis. Please join your team up front. The Carolina Springs Elementary Archery team placed first in the bullseye category, beating 15 teams to earn an overall total of 2,932. Congratulations. We're going to take a picture, so we need you in 2 rows. And our taller friends in the back.
2 rows, tall people in the back. Shimmy, shimmy, cocoa pop.
All right, did all the mamas and daddies get pictures too? Oh, and principals? All right, thank you so much, Carolina Springs Elementary Archery Team. All right, must be something about this White Knoll area. Now we invite the state winning team from Carolina Springs Middle, represented tonight by the team's 8th grade members. Please come forward as I call your name. Cameron Connerly. Okay. Oh, Carmen. Y'all, I'm so sorry. Carmen Connerly. Max Dominic Ball. Evan Ernice. Okay. Evan. That's Evan Ernest. Alyssa Gant. Nadia Gregory, Jacob Harrell, Ayana Van Coerving. Oh, do you have a sibling? Recognize the last name. Evan White and Michaela Weinmiller. The team coaches are Aaron Earhart, Todd Fulmer, Mark Kaiser, and John Roberts. Please join your team up front. The Carolina Springs Huskies placed first in the bullseye category, beating 15 teams to earn a total score of 3,329.
Hey, buddy.
In addition, Carolina Springs Middle Huskies archers set a new South Carolina NASP middle school archery record at the Battle of the Bows at Gilbert High School in February with a remarkable score of 3,355. Congratulations.
That's funny. Okay.
Okay, now let's move over to the IBO category and recognize our state winners. What does IBO stand for? Okay, good. Would Liam O'Neill please come forward? Here's Liam. Liam, a member of the Pillion Elementary Archery team, swept the competition by winning first place in the state bullseye and IBO competitions. He beat more than 200 competitors to win the elementary division in both categories. Liam is coached by Annalie Clark, Miranda Montgomery Bennett, and Ashlyn Massey. Please join Liam up front.
There he is.
Thank you. Okay, actually, coaches, y'all stay on up here. And Liam. We're going to invite the archers from Pillion Elementary to the front. The team is represented by 5th grade members. Please come as I call your name. Clara Clark, Mariana Furtick, Caitlin Hudson, Anya King, Dylan Montgomery, Liam O'Neill, Raylan O'Neill, Kinley Ravis, Ernie Steerwald, Nevaeh Townsend, Edward Zuniga. These Panthers once again placed first in the IBO category at the state competition, beating 14 teams with a score of 1,500. Congratulations. Principal. Yes, Miss Gerald. Their principal is going to join them. Congratulations again, Pillion.
I do, but I can't.
All right, now for our last category of state winners, we will first invite Carly Neese to the front. Carly is a member. Carly is a member of the Pillion Middle Archery Team, which also swept the middle school girls division, winning first place in both bullseye and IBO categories, which is amazing. Carly is coached by Maria Boland, Corwin Cox, and David Taylor. Would the three of you please join Carly up front? Okay, y'all stay up here. The Pillion Middle Archery Team also won big at the state competition. The team is being represented tonight by 8th grade members. So please come forward as I call your name. Cora Brewster, Laura Clark, Levi Hyder, Willow Ryan, Bradley Seeley, and Bradley Taylor. These Panthers placed first in the IBO category at the state competition, beating 15 teams with a score of 1,658. Congratulations. All right, congratulations again, Pillion Middle. Okay, now we move from the archery field to the wrestling mat as we honor 2 state wrestling champions. First, would Grace Beeson from Lexington High School please come forward? She is joined tonight by her coach, Chase Owens. Chase, come forward as well. All right, so Grace won first place in the 120 weight class at the 2025 South Carolina Wrestling State Championship back in February. As a freshman at LHS, this is an amazing feat. In addition to winning the state competition, Grace was also part of the state-winning LHS varsity cheerleading team. So she has earned 2 state titles. Congratulations. Next, we invite Pillion High's Landon Bird, as well as PHS wrestling coach Brian Hedgecock up front. Landon won first place at the South Carolina Wrestling Championship in the 113-pound category. This final win culminated in Landon's 100th career win. Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations to you, Landon. So exciting. We'd like to take just a moment to recognize the principals and assistant principals who are in attendance with us tonight. Would you please stand? And I know there are actually a lot out in the lobby right now because we're at capacity in here. So thank you all for taking the time tonight to help us recognize our amazing students, staff, and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. We want to make a quick plug for our annual Teacher of the Year celebration. So get ready to celebrate our extraordinary educators on Thursday, March 27th at 6:30 p.m. at the LoPac at River Bluff High School. We will unveil our top 10 finalists and name our new district's Teacher of the Year. Expect an inspiring night filled with well-deserved recognition and a touch of superhero flair as we honor the caped crusaders of our classrooms. Don't miss the chance to celebrate excellence. Now, at this time, if you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that right now. Did it really? We are going to move on with our agenda tonight to item 8.1, which is citizens' participation. I'll give them 10 more seconds to walk in.
We're going to have to clap again for all these principals.
I know, right? While you were all out in the hallway because our room was packed, we did thank you all for coming tonight. So thank you so much to all of the principals and assistant principals who just walked into the room. We are so thankful you're here. All right, we're moving on to item 8.1 in our agenda for the night, which is citizens' participation. Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees solicits advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. If you're unable to attend this evening or uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the District 1 website. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, or programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments while an individual speaks or after she finishes. So Dale Stewart is coming to speak about the check register and the budget.
Thank you. An impressive group of kids tonight. Those of us that are turkeys are a little nervous with those people around. So I'm back before you tonight to say that $1,159 spent at a local restaurant or a check dated 11/20/24 in the amount of $1,618.72 that included a $241 20% tip to that same restaurant needs the supporting information that district staff uses to approve the expenditure readily accessible on the website. Also on the check register is a $167,000 check dated January the 31st, 2025, written to a regional law firm that included 30 or so exactly $5,000 invoices. There are many charges to large online retailers, big box chain stores, fast food restaurants, and a local bank, likely the P-card payments. The district is paying dues to multiple employees to be members of community civic clubs. These charges lack basic information on the website to understand how these support district operations and student outcomes. The district's website financial information regarding expenditures is as transparent as milk. The supporting information is readily available. District staff used it to authorize the payment of the items on the check register and P cards. Why hide it? As your math teachers require, show your work. Drink Small is a South Carolina-born blues artist that's known as a blues doctor. He's a nationally awarded musician and is a South Carolina treasure. One of Drink's songs comes to mind. Something in the milk ain't clean. In the district's financial documents, there's a little over $15 million lost district income annually to tax reductions and fixed millage rates for 20 to 30 years to large corporations. Please scrutinize and be vocal about the lost revenue in these agreements and others such as municipal tax increment finance agreements so that you can freeze and lower the millage as the assessed taxable value grows in the area. In the end, it's not about the mills. It's about the bills. Tax bills that must be paid or people's homes are sold at the courthouse tax sale. Or people are unable to register their cars without paying their taxes, which leads to blue lights in the rearview mirror and their cars being searched and towed. So these kinds of charges that are on here could have paid those people's tax bills. We wouldn't have had to tax for that. Possibly, if we just know whether or not those are valid expenditures. But without the information, we don't know. So it's a mystery. So I'll wrap up. As Drink says, something in the milk ain't clean. Don't know what it is. Don't know why you want to hide it. But something in the milk ain't clean. You got the information. You used it to make the approvals. Just put it on the website. It's probably in a computer program. I would hope so. I hope you're not dealing with all this paper and such. But you as a board need to be able to get easy access to it too and not have to go through other people and say, how about this? What is this about?
Thank you very much for coming tonight. We will be moving on to item 9.0. And the first item under there is our board goals draft. So I emailed you all. Hang on. I'm going to have to log back into my email. find it in a second because here we go. Okay, got it. Some options for board goals. And so I know we talked a little bit at our last meeting, and I think Ms. Shealy mentioned just really having our board goals really focused in and in line. I think she even said lockstep with our strategic plan. And so I kind of emailed some thoughts out to you guys. Did anyone have a chance to look at that? Do you have any thoughts around those? If you look at our strategic plan, there are things in there, for example, about our completing revisions of board policies. So there's an option in there as a board goal. By a certain date, we would review and revise at least 80% of board policies. So that's an option of a way to really hone that in as a goal. So, any thoughts?
Since my name was mentioned, I'll go ahead and speak up a little bit. So I was a bit inspired by the book we've been reading, Great on Their Behalf. I almost wanted to duplicate the strategic plan goals, essentially. But in conversation and kind of noodling through it, I think it makes sense to figure out what kind of goals that we can have to show that we're supporting those measurable strategic plan goals. And so I like, Kathy, where you're going on some of what you sent out. I particularly like there's one specific to data-driven accountability and implementing kind of a quarterly reporting process to monitor KPIs or key performance indicators, which we mentioned in this past year's goals, that we wanted to be laser-focused on KPIs. I really like the idea of having measurable KPIs that we're constantly talking about, focused on, which the district already is with our strategic plan, but how does the board fit into that? So I like that direction, but definitely want to know what other folks' thoughts are on that.
Mr. Rice?
Chair Henson, around the data-driven accountability, I noticed we had here by December 2025, board will implement a quarterly reporting process to monitor key performance indicators related to student achievement, program effectiveness, and system efficiency using data dashboards to inform governance decisions. I think that's a good goal. The only thing I was wondering is it says the board will implement this by December. I guess I'm just wondering, is it going to be sufficient time to develop the KPIs and implement them to a point we can start doing quarterly reporting at that point? I don't know how realistic the date is. I guess it depends on the complexity of the KPIs that we have.
And that could probably be a question more for the district. Is that enough time for you to pull together the data to present to the board related to student achievement and program effectiveness?
Yes, it would be, because we've been working on those key performance indicators that are part of the school renewal plans for a couple of years now, at least, perhaps longer. Okay. So that will not be problematic. Okay. That's an easy mid-year report. Dr. Price, you want to add anything to that or a correction?
No, ma'am, no correction, just an addition that later on as part of the superintendent's report, I'll give you an update on the activity that we did either last month or the month before about a data landscape that aligns pretty well with what you're discussing right now.
Wonderful. Great. And I know that we've had discussion about community engagement, and so I think putting something in there about stakeholder sessions would be very valuable as well.
Make sure I'm on. Yeah, that's the two that you sent out at the bottom, the community engagement and communication. This one, me personally, is important because I do believe in communication with each other and with the people in the district and the stakeholders, because they need to know as much, and we need to hear from them as well, because we can only know what y'all tell us, and so that's big on my part. And then also, not just the four stakeholder engagements, but I would hope the board would also take up to to be engaging with their stakeholders and the people that look to them to ask them questions. And then the last one, the fiscal stewardship and long-term planning, I definitely think that is a goal that we need to keep, just like any type of group, organization, business needs to move forward. You need to have a plan, you know, not just for the next year, but for many years to come, especially in the day and age where the growth is just outgrowing us every day. So I definitely believe in those two.
So, this is obviously under new business, and we're talking about a draft. Are y'all, maybe we'll just take the comments tonight and fine tune them a little bit and bring it back next month? Okay.
I guess Chair Henson, this is not something we would take action on tonight.
No, sir.
But would we as a board need to eventually say these are the goals and we take a vote on that and approve those?
Right. We would have to set these as our goals.
So, Madam Chair, I would say we pretty much have a homework assignment to look at these and bring back any changes or any extra things we may need to discuss. At the
And
next
if you have
meeting.
feedback before the next meeting,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Yeah. Okay. We will move on to item 9.2, which is a draft of our board's budget priorities. And so, but do we have a slide? Not, we don't. Okay. So in your board docs, you do have a slide. And these budget assumptions are basically some assumptions that really the district's kind of made based off of conversations that we've had recently. And so the first one is the Salary Study Committee's recommendations are a key priority. And then Lexington 1 will maintain low class size ratios. And those were presented to us, I think, in a workshop recently. And this is one that many, if not all of us, have shared, is that we want a balanced budget with no or minimal millage increase. And they did put in there, depending on the level of state funding. Any thoughts or comments on that one?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I've stated this before, but I am still in the favor of it needs to stop after no millage increase.
Okay. The board wants to understand accumulation of and make decisions about the use of fund balance. And I think that that's kind of been a priority of ours when we have this budget presented to us, to make sure we understand how our fund balance has been accumulating over the years and really allocate those funds and use them. Ms. Shilley, do you have something to say?
Just in addition,
saw you
and I
turn
was
on your
probably
microphone.
jumping ahead a little bit.
Okay.
I would like to see how the budget aligns with our strategic priorities and our 5-year plan. I'd like to see that lined up side by side.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe.
You're
It's already on. One thing that we were presented by another, I believe she was a deputy superintendent or a CFO in a workshop from the, I'll get the district wrong.
Fort Mill.
Upstate, thank
Yes.
you. She said that their board was able to see the school level priorities that were submitted to the district that the district then uses to make their decisions. I really liked being able to kind of drill down, at least at the school level, to see what each school is asking for to make sure that we can support our administrative requests alongside kind of a high level review of the budget.
Got that. Dr. Postlethwaite is meticulously taking notes over here.
If I'm not mistaken, don't we normally get kind of a wish list? Clark, I feel like you have mentioned, like gone through our wish list, sorry, my voice, before with, each school kind of what they want somewhere in the budget.
Yes, ma'am. And what you're referring to there is the meetings and the input we get for developing the capital projects budget
Right.
rather than the general fund budget. That's for those capital projects.
Okay, cool.
And we, in the past, have kind of had a must-do category and the cost of those things, because one year we had to start implementing in paid parental leave, and so that was a must-do category, and so things like that. And then there's the Lexington One standards category and costs, things that aren't necessarily mandated, but standards that we've set for ourselves. And then there's the would like to do. So that's a goal for the district when they bring us this budget, to have those. Are there any other budget priorities or thoughts as the district is getting ready to bring this to us very soon?
Madam Chair, I just thought about one other thing. I think maybe Ms. McCown mentioned that we had a list previously that said must do, would like to do, that kind of thing. I don't know whether when we go into the next year, we take a look back at the items that didn't make the must do or would like to do. I would think there was still some priority we wanted to do in the previous year, but it might be good to look at those in addition to the current request, and maybe we reprioritize across the ones we weren't able to do the previous fiscal year.
Great feedback. Thank you.
One question I have, and you may not know the answer right now, but I believe in the past that the district has budgeted based on a particular percentage of positions being funded, like at 100% or at 80% or whatever that might be. I think I would like to see a budget based on a realistic fill rate opposed to 100% fill rate, just because I'm not sure that 100% fill is ever realistic.
Right. Yes. Good point. Okay. Dr. Postwaite, Dr. Price, do y'all feel that gives you some direction? Any questions for us? Okay. All right. We will move on to item 9.3, which is the first reading of our 2027 academic calendar. So I will turn this over to Ms. Gaskins.
Thank you. On behalf of the district-wide calendar committee, I do bring forward the calendar for the 26-27 school year for first reading. This is a modified year-long calendar, which simply means we can begin school before the third Monday in August. This calendar includes the required 190 days for staff, 180 days for students, and the 3 required weather makeup days, as well as some things that we've heard from the committee over time that are very important to our community. First, that we have a balanced calendar with 90 days in each semester with a break at winter break, so a clean break for those 2 semesters. We like to avoid a Monday start when possible, and that just is easier for our youngest learners as they're adjusting to school, understanding that we also have the opportunity in South Carolina now to do a 3-day staggered start for our kindergarten and first grade students for those readiness assessments.
Will that be the plan this year?
Yes. So
I guess this year and next year.
Yes. The state has not released yet the application that we must complete and get approved to do that, but it is codified in the new Read to Succeed legislation, and so that should be coming out soon. We've also heard the need for frequent breaks throughout the year to help with both staff and student attendance. Our community in the calendar for 25-26 felt strongly that we have a week for Thanksgiving, so we'll do that for the first time next year, and this calendar committee wanted to do the same. That spring break be connected to Easter, and the committee, based on feedback they got from their school communities, did not want to make the Friday before spring break a weather makeup day, but instead a holiday, because they wanted to ensure that we have that day off. And we also like getting out of school before Memorial Day. So you'll see that the calendar reflects all of those things. Also Election Day off, which is required in even-numbered years. There was some discussion and some feedback from the calendar committee, really reflecting that they'd like to go into some deeper discussion moving forward and really look at different calendar models. And so I've already had some volunteers to commit to a study group to maybe do a little deeper work with that next year. But for now, these are the recommendations for the 26-27 school year.
What do you mean by different calendar models?
They wanted to look at different starts, longer breaks, really study it in more depth than we did this year. So some surrounding districts are doing interesting things, and I think just as to survey stakeholders to see what folks might be interested in doing in this community.
Thank you so much. Board, do you have any thoughts or questions for Ms. Gaskins?
Ms. Gaskins, I have one quick question and then maybe a deeper question. As far as graduation dates, can you explain for the community how those dates are put on the calendar and when?
I'm happy to. So as soon as we conclude graduations each year, the following week, we let the Colonial Life Arena know our top 3 choices for the following year. They get those same things from surrounding districts in the Midlands, and then we find out several months later when our graduation dates are.
Thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
second question is about collaborative planning. I see that there's 6 dates for 26, 27. And I know we've talked about this before. Has the calendar committee had any conversations about putting those dates on a different day of the week? And if so, why still a recommendation of Wednesday?
So based on what we've learned from surrounding districts who have tried a Monday or a Friday, attendance is very low when those early release days are on a Monday or a Friday, which really impacts both student learning and the ability to use those days as they are intended for teacher collaboration. We did get a good bit of feedback on both collaborative planning and e-learning from the calendar committee that we'd like to strengthen both of those systems for next school year.
Great question.
Just
Any-
as, sorry,
Okay, Mr. Kazuti.
just as a point of personal prevalence, when, do you know when the graduation dates for 26 are going to be at? Or when will we find out?
So it will be early fall.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay.
We hound them. Mr. Calhoun, where is he in the room? He contacts the Colonial Life Arena almost weekly, begging for those dates, and we like to get them as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, well, but don't go far. We're going to move on to 9.4, which is the first reading of policy IHBG and IHBGR, homeschooling. So, Ms. Gaskins, that's you too.
Absolutely. So a couple of years ago, we had a courtesy transcript audit that was implemented by the State Department of Education and got a good bit of feedback from that audit. And since then, have been updating some policies that they recommended we give attention to. The updates you see on the homeschooling policy mainly add language around how we assign credit to high school students who return to school from homeschool, as well as just some other clarifying language throughout both the policy and the administrative rule.
Board, do you have any questions or comments regarding the first reading of this policy? We're not voting on it tonight. It's just a first reading. Okay. Hearing nothing, we will move on to 9.3, which is the first reading of policy BAA, which is board self-evaluation. So this policy right here, funny enough, was actually revised by the ad hoc committee in 2022. And at the time, we said that our board self-evaluation should be in July because we were like, oh, there's not a whole lot going on in that month. Well, because there's not a whole lot going on in that month, we have not been able to get the full board together in July for a board self-evaluation. So the revision of this policy is simply to change the sentence that says the results of the self-evaluation will be reviewed instead of each year in July to say in the fall of each year and used to establish board goals for the following school year. Do y'all have any questions, thoughts, or concerns about the change? Okay, good stuff. All right, let's keep on plowing through. We are going to move to item 10.0, which is our superintendent's report. So Dr. Postaway, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson, and good evening, everyone. Dr. Price and I together have 5 minutes of the 25 that are allotted for the superintendent's report, so I am immediately turning the remaining time over to Dr. Price since most of these items have to do with the coming school year.
We gave the clicker to me, so I guess I better use it. Okay, all right. So these are the topics that we're going to cover in this evening's superintendent's update. And we'll jump right into the first, which is our budget timeline calendar update. And so throughout the month of March, senior leadership team members have been receiving requests for needed items and desirable additions to help meet the variety of needs throughout our district. Departments and principals have presented these items, while Mrs. Miller and her financial team have worked diligently to plan the financial impacts these items would have and how much additional funding we may see from state and local resources. So looking ahead to April, we will have a budget workshop on April 1st where we will share the results of this work and our attempt to prioritize the requirements with the additions that were mentioned tonight, so that we can give you an update on what our first proposal is at our budget. We would like to do, until then, use the feedback we receive at the workshop to bring back our proposal of the 25-26 budget for first reading. So at April 1st workshop, you're going to see all of the things that have been brought to our attention by the departments in the district. The principals have had an opportunity to weigh in and give their requests for what they would like to see added. We will have them broken down by category as to must-dos, district standards, and then would like to-dos. Ms. Miller and her team have also worked very diligently to get a forecast of what our state and our local revenues are going to look like up to this point, based off of feedback we've already received from the House Ways and Means Committee. The Senate Senate Finance Committee is going to be going into discussions here soon. We will get updated numbers from them. Again, it's just a projection until we receive the final budget. As you know, the state typically doesn't approve their budget until June and gives us a very small window to turn around and nail down specifics for ours. But the first overview will be provided for you at an April 1st budget workshop coming up next week. So a couple of months ago, or maybe it was last month, it all kind of runs together now, but I had you all take a look at a list of a variety of different data points that we use throughout the school year to inform our decisions, to inform instructional decisions as well as planning decisions. You all were asked to take that list and circle or star your top 3 items that were of the most interest to you, things that you would like to see reported to the board periodically. In addition to that, you were also invited to circle things that were of interest to you, maybe not a top priority, but of interest. And what we did, in that worksheet is provided for you in your board docs, is every item that was listed as a priority, along with every item that was an item of interest by 4 or more board members, now appears before you on what we call our data landscape calendar. So we've taken those items and we've spread them out over the course of an entire school year. Some of the items that were referenced earlier tonight, you can see on this landscape calendar. In addition to that, we can tweak this as we go. If there are additional items that from the results of one presentation may lead to more questions, we can dive deeper into that. So as we go through this is our first attempt to give you an inside look at the data that we use that impacts student outcomes as well as district operations. And so this is the result of that activity, and based on some of the goals that you were discussing earlier tonight, if any goals are added and solidified, we can take those and integrate those into the calendar that exists before you. And this is scheduled to begin August of 25 and will sustain throughout the school year. And then finally, this is a quick review of the program evaluations that the board has committed to going throughout the course of a year. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that were selected to be evaluated this school year. You've already received reports on 2 of those programs, and the remaining 3 will be coming in the final months of the school year. What I ask you to do at this time, but not make a decision, is to begin looking at the remaining programs that have been identified. And at the next board meeting, we'll be asking you to identify the ones you would like for us to focus on next school year so that we can start planning that work ahead. So nothing to do tonight, but if you would take a look at those and be ready to discuss and maybe give us a recommendation of the programs you'd like for us to address next year. And then finally, I believe this was already highlighted earlier, and we're really excited about the Teacher of the Year ceremony that's coming up this Thursday evening at River Bluff. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Board, do y'all have any questions for Dr. Price?
Not a question, but just one comment. I do want to say, with the data landscape deliverables, I do completely appreciate that, because as a board, and well, speaking for me personally, but even as a board, we can't make decisions without the information. And so having that information that, you know, we feel is valuable to us is very important. So I appreciate y'all working with us to get us that information.
Well, we love data and we love numbers. We really do use it to make decisions, and we're excited that you all are interested in taking a look at the numbers behind the scenes of what we used in order to determine decisions for moving forward. So thank you for your interest in that.
All right. Wow. That was way less than 25 minutes, right?
Well, you still have 2 sections to go.
They just have 5.
Oh. So
You're putting pressure on
wait,
Mr.
is the
Calhoun.
mission in action included in your 25 minutes? Because on mine it says 10. So, all right. Well, Mr. Calhoun, I believe you're here to talk about our post-secondary pathways. Is that correct? Okay.
He now has 8 minutes. Just kidding.
There we go. Sorry. All right. So I'm here to do the post-secondary academic feature tonight. And normally as we've done these throughout the year, we've tried to do one per level at each board meeting along the way. And as we considered this one, so just so while you're getting me instead of a principal or a director, is we just talked about the college center with an evaluation, and then we just Brian Barno at AES was just here, or not at AES, Adult Ed was here recently as well, so we didn't want to bring them back. So I'm here to talk about some real, I hope the easiest thing we talk about tonight, and 2 really cool pathways that our students are going to have access to. The first one is the Lex 1 Med Start. I'm going to give kudos where it should go here, where this started with some conversation with Dr. Price and I think Dr. Powers at LMC. And it has come out to be an incredible opportunity, a partnership between Lexington 1, Lexington Medical Center, and Midlands Technical College. So what this is, starting possibly as a sophomore, really for our juniors and seniors, is an opportunity for an incredible experience to get if they're interested in the medical field. And so as we begin this process, we ask LMC, like, what do you need? We ask Midlands Tech, how can you help us? And then how can we get you students and who then become employees for you pretty quickly out of high school? And so from those conversations came this Lex 1 Med Start that kids are going to get a chance to really dig in and get a lot of dual credits early on. They're going to get some real-world apprenticeship. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that, but that is a really cool thing that we have. We really tried to model this. Many of you have heard of our Michelin Scholars Program as well. We tried to model this program to some degree around that model so that we're really able to take kids to be employees pretty quickly. This also is coming, our students who get into this, it's tuition free. I mean, they can go through 3 years, get out, and 1 year after, they're going to be able, and they don't owe anything. They haven't paid anything. The dual credit, obviously, is through the lottery funds was free to them there. Textbooks along the way will be some things. There'll be some cost, and then at the end there's a guaranteed career. So what do you mean by this? Well, the first pathway that they can do is LMC helped us identify the surgical tech pathway, and in that surgical tech. They said, here's their pathway. So the surgical tech these are the classes. See, so this is part of our partnership with Midlands Tech. So Midlands Tech was able then to readjust. They did some work to really create this pathway specific for us and for LMC. This is the dual enrollment classes that our students will take early on. Can start your sophomore year. The surgical tech's a little bit deeper than the radiology tech, so it can start as a sophomore, or it can start as a junior. The other pathway that they identified for us was the radiology tech. These are very much needs for LMC, and so this is where they'll start as a junior, and they'll do that. So what does this look like? I got to be fast tonight. I got to be fast. So as an 11th grader, let's say we get in as an 11th grader, students are going to start taking their dual enrollment. They're going to start job shadowing and doing an unpaid internship as a junior inside LMC. Come their 12th grade year, they're taking care of business. They're doing what they should do. The 12th graders, they're going to get a paid internship up to 20 hours at LMC while continuing their classwork both at a high school and at LMC or at MTC. And so then that really is when this becomes real. Now they're getting this experience as a paid apprenticeship inside LMC. After high school, they basically got in either one of these pathways, surgical tech or radiology tech, basically 1 year left. Could be about a year and a half of credits worth that they have to finish to go ahead and finish that associate's degree. When they do that, they go right to work. And so, cool thing is too, they get out of high school. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna go to MTC. Well, this is where LMC has jumped in and said, we're going to help take care of that cost. So this is where that tuition free comes in. LMC, you'll keep and agree to work with us for a certain amount of time. They'll work on that. They were working on the language in that, but they're gonna be able to finish that year, get the degree, and then have a guaranteed job afterwards. Really cool experience. We feel for our kids. We've got. I checked today. We've got the application ends sometime in the next week or two. We've got 25 to 30 applicants already. We had a big kickoff night. Had about 100 people there that night. So it's a really cool collaboration. I'm excited for our community for what's to come of that. The second pathway I want to talk about is one that's near and dear to our hearts, and that's the Lex One Next Gen Educator Pathway. It's the education pathway, students interested in education, and really we want to really grow this for those students who have that aptitude and really want to become a part of the Lexington One family down the road. So as we began to craft this, there were a couple things in mind as we created this pathway. Number one, we have thriving teacher cadet programs inside of our schools. So what we didn't want to do is we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul here. We have great educators in those teacher cadet programs leading those programs. So we wanted to create this pathway while also letting these at Lexington High, at White Knoll, at Gilbert High, and all they have their own teacher cadet programs. So we wanted to integrate those together. So the Lex One Next Gen Education Pathway is a 2-year thing. It starts as a junior there. I outline it here. Where you see they're really getting into those dual enrollment classes as a junior and senior. The thing I want to highlight here is what we are trying to do is we try to create interest and that excitement. Is what I know about educators and students who want to be education is they want to work with children. They want to see what it's like. And so what I'm excited about this pathway and this 2-year thing is what we've laid out here is the opportunity for students who go down this way to really be inside of classrooms with Lexington One teachers for 2 years. So you're getting different experiences with different teachers, mentor teachers, and so real excited about where this one's going as well. Numbers we're somewhere between 12 and 15 for this one as of today when I checked. So excited to really lift this one off the ground as well. Both of these pathways, initially the class work, the MTC work is going to be housed at LTC We've worked closely with Midlands Tech there to make sure that we can, our professors can be there, and so housing at one place allows for transportation from any school in the district, and also gives us that in-person, those classes we need. All right, questions for me?
Mr. Calhoun.
Yes.
So it sounds like these would be the inaugural years of this program next year. How many students do you anticipate would be in the program? You mentioned the applicants, but how many would you anticipate are in each program?
So that's a little bit of a fluid question, okay? But I want to say this. This is what LMC tells us. They believe they can hold about 12 to 15 per pathway each year, okay? So that's our goal. We'll see where they go. He's Brian Smith, who is HR at LMC, really spoke to say, hey, if we get more, we'll see where that goes. But their excitement level, we're going to really feel this out. But 12 to 15 was our goal there.
Do we already have programs with LTC and LMC, or no?
So we've got some, yes, we've got, Ms. Gaskins, you can help me, with nursing.
Medical assistant.
Medical assistant. There's several different pieces there. The piece that is different here is them coming out close to that degree. And I think the uniqueness here is us, the conversation among what do you need, how can we help provide that, and provide a pathway for them. And that apprenticeship, that paid apprenticeship is pretty cool too.
And are there any requirements of the students as far as, like, certain medical requirements?
No.
Nothing. Because I know in some of the programs that we are currently in with Lexington Medical, they're required to have certain vaccinations and things like that. Is that a thing?
That would be a LMC thing. I can't answer that. What I can tell you is that it would be for the coursework. It will be they have to have a 3.0, and there is an application process for the LMC because they're going to select people that they're investing in, and so there's an application. They're going to do an interviews in April for that, and then they'll select their candidates from there.
Mr. Calhoun, quick question. You started to allude to this a little bit with the teaching program. So today there's like a track at LTC for teachers that go into teacher cadet. Will that remain and continue, and this is another option? How does that work?
This is really combining that option as well, okay? And so there is that track. We're going to use some of that LTC, their teacher who is in that program. Part of that is we're going to integrate that together, yes. The part that we're trying to aim here is to really, those classes aren't necessarily dual credit, and so we're trying to add that layer to that.
Is there thought of extending this into the college realm or to a higher level education-wise?
So I think the vision for this is to expand. We got to get it off the ground, and then let's go from there, because I think as we expand and go forward, there would be some implications for maybe budget type things that we want to get it off the ground and then maybe bring a recommendation to go forward after that.
Can I add one note to that? So when we started planning this last year and began conversations with IHEs about the after high school element, what we heard from our students was they wanted to choose where they went to college after that associate's degree, and so really wanted to leave those options open. And so we'll continue to do that future planning, but for now, we're trying to listen to the kids and what they're telling us.
Mr. Calhoun.
Yes, sir.
For the next gen educator pathway, that's probably fluid too, but how many students you anticipate participating in that pathway?
I'm hoping to get about a 12 to 14 this first go around.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. All right. We are changing up our agenda a little tonight, and we are moving our financial report up. So, Ms. Miller, I'll now turn it over to you.
Sure. We're going to get the logistics going here real quick. All right. So good evening, Mrs. Henson, Superintendent Dr. Postlethwaite, Superintendent-elect Dr. Price, and board members. As you said, we're changing it up tonight, so I am excited to present to you the dashboard that I have worked on with my team. You can see this is the exact information that you do receive every month. I've just summarized it. So your packets still have the detailed information, but this just summarized it. And I do have to say, I do like the color scheme with the teal in there, if anyone's seen my office. So exciting to look at this. Hopefully you find it helpful. Just a quick overview. It's got your local, state, and what we categorize as transfers. Please know that transfers really is state revenue. It's just transferred from another fund that we're required to record it in. And so it's really just state and local revenue. You can see that there is approximately $257 million of revenue so far year to date. That's as of February 28th, 2025. And approximately 45% of our revenue is from our local revenue. I do know that our leadership team has worked very hard with projections, not only for fiscal year 25, but also working into fiscal year 26. It's a little easier to see the crystal ball as I get closer to June 30th to see where we're going to shake out with the revenue amounts. So we're at the point now where we think we have a good handle on where we're going to. It is still going to change. The State Department amount will change our state revenue after the 135th day count. But what we've done is we've updated our projections based on what we have available at this moment in time, based on collections that we're actually receiving from the county and what we're projected to receive from the state. We are looking at, while we're never going to get it 100% accurate, we are much closer than we were last year. I do still anticipate that we'll probably receive $9 million more than what we had budgeted. But to put that in perspective, think about a $200 budget. If you were to go grocery shopping, that's about a $4 difference in that budget. So I know $9 million seems like a lot, but from a financial perspective, it is about a 2% variance. So I think we've done a lot of good work getting that closer, and the good news is we are already building this into the fiscal year 26 projection. I'm trying to use my mouse to change this. So now this slide is, again, the same exact information. I've just summarized it a little less than the slide before, but not as much detail as you have in your packet. I'm not going to read those numbers to you, but you have that there for information. I did add a little disclaimer at the bottom. These numbers are rounded, so when you look at your report that has pennies, you're going to see some variances. It's not that we can't do math, it is just rounding, so I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Moving on to another dashboard, this is just the expenditure side. So looking at our year-to-date expenditures, there are approximately $223 million of expenditures. I do have that broken out for you by the main categories that are typically reported by school districts. I'm not going to go into all the details on it, but I will tell you that 87% of our budget is in salaries and benefits. So again, the largest part of our budget is our most valuable assets, which are employees. We have worked very, very hard this year, and I just cannot thank Human Resources and my team in payroll for the work they have done this year with looking at payroll and looking at projections. We have really focused in on that area when looking at the budget. As I said, it's typically about 90% of a budget, and so we knew if we had some variance in actual to budget figures, that's probably where we needed to focus our energy. And I'm excited to say that we have taken a really good look at that, and we have determined why we're having the variance. I know we've sat here for several years saying we're going to use fund balance, and we're budgeting to use fund balance, and what do you know? We didn't use fund balance. So we have really took those numbers and really did a good analysis on that. The director of payroll did a fabulous job with that. And there's really two main pieces that play into that variance. The first one is when you start your budget, you take your current salaries that you have that you're paying employees, hoping they all come back, right? So we have those budgets. And what do you know? September rolls around and you have an employee retire. Well, they just so happen to be somebody that's worked for the district for 40 years, and they are at the top of the salary scale. And we have to replace them. We weren't planning on it. We find a teacher that's still available, and guess what? They are right out of college with 1 year of experience. So there is going to be a large variance in their salaries and what we projected in our budget, because we thought that employee was not retiring in September, versus what we're actually going to pay for the year because we have a new teacher that is fresh out of college. So that number is the one part of the puzzle. The second part is vacant positions. Again, there's the combination of budgeting at 100% fill rate, which again, we got to look at that. And then also you have a vacant position. We have to use a dollar amount for that position. So we do the best we can, looking at trends, looking at averages, picking somebody on the scale as a dollar amount and using that. Well, what do you know? You hired the person and maybe they're fresh out of college again. And so again, you're not spending nearly as much. And you also didn't hire them on July 1st, right? Maybe they didn't get hired until December. So not only do you have a half a year of salary, you also have a much lower salary. So when you take those two key components and look at our budget, we can account for about $16 million that we think we can tighten our budget up with. And so when you take that combined with where I think we're going to come in higher with our revenue, that's your $24 million that we budgeted to use out of fund balance. And that's why we're not going to use fund balance this year. And I think right now, based on the information that is available, we're going to come very close to a break-even year, assuming everybody spends their regular operating budget as budgeted. I think we've tied down the salary component and have extrapolated that out and feel comfortable in discussing these numbers tonight. It's a lot thrown at you. Real quick, going on to this slide, again, I'm not going to go into the detail, but it's just summarized a little more than your detailed report that you have. And then let's talk about general fund balance. I'm not going to read the formal definition up there, but what I'm going to do is try to put it in terms that probably make more sense than my accounting words that I could use. So when you're looking at a fund balance, you're going to take how much money is sitting in an account at the end of a month or a year. So you're going to look at that money and say, okay, I have $100 here. And then you're going to earn money and money coming in that you're collecting. So as you collect that money, you have your $100, and let's just say you collected another 100. Now you have $200. But you also have to pay things, right? So you are paying your bills. And let's say we spend $150. Well, now we're down to $50 in our account, correct? But guess what? We also have bills that are coming that we haven't yet paid. So just because I give you the number $50, I really know I've got a $100 electric bill to pay. And so you can't just take a fund balance at one time and just say, yep, that's our number and that's what we have and we can budget off of this. It's a fluid number. It changes all the time, just like a simple example of an account like that. So hopefully that explains a little bit, but you really got to be mindful of what's coming up. You can't just say, oh, well, I have $50 according to my check register, so let's go ahead and plan for that. It's not always the case of what you truly have. Here's where our fund balance is as of February 28th. I think I made it pretty clear with the big red line that everything to the right of that is a projection. So hopefully everyone understands that. Now, when you look at this, you could sit there and say, wow, we've got $43 million. Because you know what? This month in February, we collected $50 million of operating taxes. We were so excited that email goes out, yay, we got our tax money, we're so excited. But guess what I'm gonna get next month? Probably $1 million. But guess what? My expenses are still gonna be $20 to $30 million, but I'm not gonna have that revenue. So yes, at one given moment in time, at February 28th, 2025, that was the number. It's already different. It's changed. We've paid bills. We've had money come in. I think the line depicts pretty closely where I think we're going to shake out, which is going to be a pretty much same as we were at June 30th. I don't anticipate needing to utilize fund balance, but I also don't anticipate adding to it unless additional information is received.
So you're saying you think we'll shake out around 114?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My line isn't exact, but, you know, I just tried to get the trend there. And then lastly, just talking about procurement, you have this report, just put it in a bar graph for you, shows the teal color of all our transactions for the month, and then that little tiny purple part at the top is our unauthorized. Again, those can be as simple as somebody failed to sign an internal form we have, not using the fob discount at Lowe's. You get the discount on your receipt, but it didn't actually scan. And so nothing alarming here, nothing to be concerned about, just reporting the routine monthly information that you already have. And with that, I hope I didn't take more than my 10 minutes, and I'll turn it over for questions.
Board, Ms. Flushing.
Thank you so much. The
You are
business owner in me is like in a candy shop with being able to see it all this way. So I know we've been asking you, and I really, really appreciate, because I know putting those reports together is not an easy task. I do have one clarifying question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that I heard you say, correct me if I'm wrong, that you think that this year will be at a break even, meaning we will make about as much as we will spend. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then with fund balance, when you were describing that example, when we pay money out of fund balance, we only pay it if we have a cash flow issue in the general fund, correct? That's a simplistic statement, but
It's not necessarily a cash flow. It's, you have an operating budget, and you have revenue in that budget, and you have expenses. And the timing of when your revenue comes in does not align to when you have to pay expenses out. So technically, cash flow, yes, not a problem. It's very normal. So that is the amount that we do go into the fund balance when we have not collected enough revenue. We're now at the point of the year we have collected enough revenue. So you notice on your monthly general fund report that that amount is back.
and so when we're looking at the slide 7, where the monies come out throughout the months over the course of a fiscal year,
Yes.
that's, some of that is inclusive of items that the board has approved to pay out of fund balance, like a facility study as an example. It's not
Yes.
all necessarily just to
That's correct.
operating costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Miller, is January 1st typically the day that we hit our trough every year as far as fund balance?
That is a good trend of where it really is. It's timing of that. If taxpayers want to pay that money and we collect it earlier, it could change, but typically January is going to be your lowest spot there right at year end.
So I guess as far as when we have our policy, our board policy about what percentage that we want to maintain, do we normally compare that to that trough, that bottomed out dollar figure?
Yes, and you have that monthly report where you do have the fund balance, and you should see the amount that stabilized, staying at your mandatory required amount, about $67 million. You'll notice there were several months that that number did get to that lowest point, and that's why we started using fund balance allocation, because you could not go lower than that per board policy.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Miller, looking at the reports, it's showing with revenues we're about 70% of budget, and then with expenditures we're about 57% of budget. Have we taken, or like, are we over revenues and under expenditures right now, or because you're saying we're going to break even by the end of the year, so I'm trying to figure out where that's
So
at.
it's a great question, and it is really hard with the cyclical nature of how we collect our revenue. You can't just say every month we're going to get 1/12 of what we have for the year. So we are at the point now where we just had our largest collection month, and our revenue is going to drastically drop off, yet our expenditures are going to stay pretty stable. They will go up slightly in the summer because you have summer workers, you have annual leave payouts, so there are a few things that do increase expenditures at the end. But you are correct, I did say I project it's going to be a pretty much break even, but you can't tell that from looking at these reports because of the nature of a school district.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, Ms. Miller.
You are welcome.
All right. We are going to move on to item 11.1. Do I hear a motion to approve the recommendations of the District Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for K-12 Mathematics?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the recommendations of the District Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for K-12 Mathematics.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right. Let's see, Ms. Gaskins?
Correct, thank you. So you have before you the recommendations from the Instructional Materials Adoption Committees, all on math this year, but I wanted to give just a little bit of background about the process. So after a stringent vetting process and some community input, the State Board of Education at the state level approves the selections from which we can choose as a district, at which point we form district adoption committees to study those publishers that are available and make recommendations for adoption. That typically happens alongside a new set of academic standards for a subject area, so every 6 or so years. There have been times when the state did not have the funding to support new materials alongside a standards adoption. I say that to say that has not been an issue in recent years, but it is incredibly important that we're thoughtful about the materials that we select each time, because we're never sure how long we're going to be using those materials. And so this particular year with this adoption, it's been a little bit of a whirlwind. We didn't get the list until January, and then there was a cure period where some additional publishers were added, and here we are tonight already voting, and did a really intensive study of these materials. So I want to thank the adoption committee members who have done this work, and a few of them are here tonight. So we developed a district rubric that was aligned to the state's rubric, really wanting to align based on the recommendations from our curriculum audit, that we look closely at the alignment between our curriculum, our instructional materials, our assessments, and so our district rubric allowed us to do that. And we also thought about the professional learning that we've been investing in Lexington 1. And so tonight I have with us elementary math coach Heather Barahona, middle school math teacher Melissa Hooker, and our coordinator of math Hillary Morgan. They're just going to share just a couple of notes about their experience in the selection process and why we're making the recommendations we're making.
Good evening. My name's Heather Barona, and I'm the math coach at Gilbert Elementary School. At GES, we began the process of reviewing the math instructional materials by sending our 3 building representatives to the Math Instructional Materials Review Committee meeting. At that meeting, we began by reviewing the elementary math instructional framework. This was followed by a jigsaw of the grade level standards. Finally, we discussed calibration of the district's rubric so that we would all be on the same page when we completed the math instructional materials review in our schools. Next, our GES committee members worked together to prepare for leading our school through a meaningful review process. We put together a presentation for our teachers where we looked at the math elementary instructional framework and the grade level standards. We did this together as a whole group, but with each grade level team working at a separate table, so the conversations could be grade level specific, yet we could also discuss vertical alignment pieces with other grade levels. Our interventionists, resource teachers, full-time ML teacher, and even our administrators were present so that we had all stakeholders within the building involved in the process. We met several times like this in order to complete our review of all 3 curriculums. We encouraged our teachers to dig deep into the curriculums available and to also view the different videos and webinars provided from each curriculum so that we could see how each curriculum aligned to the standards compared to our Lexington 1 math instructional framework and the different math professional learning we have received. At the end of our review process, it was evidence that Great Minds Eureka Math Squared was the best fit. Its 4-part lesson structure correlated very closely to our math workshop model. It strongly promotes the use of concrete representational abstract model that is best practice as well as a major component in our math instructional framework. In addition, it closely aligns to the research-based OGAP learning progressions we have been learning about through district professional learning this year. I've had the privilege of taking the additive, multiplicative, and fractions 4-day courses this year, and Great Minds Eureka Math Squared is closely aligned to the progressions I learned about in all 3 courses. An added benefit is that the curriculum also incorporates counting collections, which our district received a grant to help us implement in 5K through 3rd grade classrooms. In addition, the equipped pre-module assessments and Math Catalyst small groups and intervention platform will help our teachers, interventionists, and resource teachers work together to build all of our students' math knowledge in a cohesive manner. In my time as an educator in South Carolina, I've had the opportunity to be part of the last 3 math curriculum reviews. The process that was used for this math instructional materials review allowed us to dig deeper into the content than either of the 2 previous reviews in which I participated, allowing me to feel that we got to know what the different publishers were offering on a deeper level. The evidence from this deep dive showed us that Great Minds Eureka Math Squared will provide our teachers with the tools they need to help all our students acquire the math skills that they need.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Hooker. I am the lead interventionist in the math chair at Gilbert Middle School. So I was the teacher representative for Gilbert Middle School for the 6 through 8. Middle schools also had a representative for the geometry course, since geometry will be the honors 8th grade course next year. So I was the 6 through 8 representative for the instructional materials committee this year. We started in January. We met with, in fact, I think we had all the geometry and the 6 through 8 teachers together, the middle school people, and we looked through the very, I'm gonna say massive. It was a massive rubric. It was big. It had a lot, but it covered our instructional framework very well. You can see the intentionality there. It matched what we are about as a district and a math department here in Lexington 1. We talked about what the requirements were, taking this back to our teachers. And the big takeaway was, please make sure that all teachers have a voice. Please make sure all teachers have access to all these materials and are able to have a voice in the selection process. So after we met in person, shortly after that, we had our CP day and our collaborative planning day in February. And we used that afternoon at Gilbert Middle School as a math department. And we divided up that rubric as in one room with all of the curriculum materials. We had four companies for middle school math. And we went through it very deliberately. We had teachers looking for very specific standards and how those standards progress through the units. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'd rather talk to students than adults.
You are doing a wonderful job.
And I don't like reading, so I'm trying to make sure I hit all the right things. Okay. So then, what do we do? So what did we like about Envision? So Envision, Savas Envision is a curriculum that I've taught with as an Algebra 1 teacher with the 8th grade honors kids. And so we see some of those common things that are still a part of that. And the company has also made some great updates. The teachers at Gilbert really enjoyed seeing that it was a textbook that went back to having some worked examples. And so having worked examples for parents to be able to see how do we actually use the strategies we're learning in class is a benefit. Having those worked examples for students who are absent, so there's a resource so they can look at that, remind them, what did we learn in class? I lost my notes, where should I look? I could look back in my book. There was also a depth of knowledge level up throughout each lesson. So each lesson starts with a try it. It gives kids a chance to grapple, and then it moves up. There's a low floor. Kids of all levels have access to the curriculum right from the beginning. And throughout each lesson, there's a level up. And so the materials are very, very clear for teachers. It gives really great guiding questions, things that are developmental for the conceptual understanding, as well as being able to select strategies and problem solve. And then my favorite part is the digital practice. So the digital platform of the Savas curriculum, teachers, the curriculum company has a little chart for each lesson, and it tells you the DOK level, the depth of knowledge level. And so you can very intentionally choose the level of questions for specific students or for a whole class. So there's some differentiation that's available to automatically, very easily select. The questions on the digital platform match the book that the kids have in hand. But the digital platform offers different numbers. So the structure, and I'm going to give an example in my classroom. In my classroom, the kids, they would have an assignment. If they were using the digital platform that day, their questions may look similar, but the answers were different. And so the conversation was not about, hey, what did you get for number 2? I'm going to type that in my computer. The question turned into more of, what strategy did you use? Or, you know what, it says I got this wrong, but you got yours right. Can you help me and look at my work and help me see where my errors are? So it really elevates the conversation in the classroom from what is the answer to what is your thinking and what are your strategies, which is what us math teachers really, really want. We want them thinking mathematically. We don't want them just seeking answers. Okay, so that's the highlights of what we liked at Gilbert Middle School. By the end of February, all math teachers at Gilbert had a chance to take this curriculum and put it to use in their classrooms. Some of them, that literally all 4 bags, we got tote bags where they were pilfering through all of the pieces and looking for their favorite parts and trying it out in their classrooms. So every teacher was able to respond to their preference, and every teacher at Gilbert Middle School either selected the Savas and Vision for either their first option or their second option. So it definitely was the most favorable option at our school. Then beginning of March, we had a virtual meeting as a district as the committee met again. And there was very little discussion. It was very clear from the results that Hillary collected and she presented to us that Savas and Vision was the most favorable curriculum out of the 4 options that we chose or that we had to choose from. Another exciting little part is from what I understand, the high school recommendation also includes some of the courses using the same curriculum. So I think that offering coherence from 6th grade into high school is a big benefit for our students as well.
And so at the high school level, we did have 11 courses to make selections for. And so my colleagues here did a fantastic job explaining our process. The high school teachers had an additional day where they were able to gather during the February Collaborative Planning Day at Whitenoll High School in course-alike groups to do that review, because for some courses there might be singletons at the high school, so they might be doing a review of the course by themselves, but that provided an opportunity to work with their colleagues across the district. So we'd like to take any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you so much. So Ms. Hooker made a comment about the textbook having worked examples. And so from a practical standpoint, when we're talking about textbooks here, digital versions of these, is that what you're talking about? Or actual physical textbooks?
So we will select the bundle that comes with the hardback print edition as well as the digital access.
For our educators or for our students?
Both.
And this is for K through 12?
So K-5 has consumable workbooks, about 6 per grade level. There is a digital platform that can be pushed out through Google Classroom or our learning management system, but they do have consumable books, as well as the high school courses.
You said
when you get
six,
into the,
like 6 per student? Or
yes.
Okay.
There are about 6 modules per grade level at the elementary level, so that would be 6 per student. And actually with this program, Eureka Math Squared, there is a Learn book that would stay at the classroom, and there's an Apply book that would be appropriate to be at home and perhaps travel back and forth with the student.
And how does that apply to secondary?
And so a lot of the, I would say 6th grade through Algebra 2 have consumable workbooks that accompany a hardback book. But once you get past Algebra 2, more AP Stats, AP Calculus, there are just hardback books with digital access.
So this would be a new practice for our district, not something we currently do.
We currently have consumables K through Algebra 2.
Really? Personally, that's not been the experience for my children. I've never seen anything consumable at all, or a textbook or anything, so that would be really great. Yeah. Okay.
The parents who completed the survey did let us know how important it is that they have those resources at home. So
Is
we're
that something a parent could request?
we're aware of that, and as we roll out the new textbook materials, are going to make it a priority.
Okay.
So I'm confused. So we do have textbooks
That have
currently
been paid
for every
for?
student?
It comes with the state adoption.
Right, but we currently have in our possession physical textbooks and workbooks for, say,
For every
Algebra 2.
student. Where
Where are they?
Where are they?
In classrooms? Is that where?
They just
They should
stay
be.
in the classroom, and do the students just share them, or
That is kind of school specific. Some teachers tear out the consumables and put them in maybe binders.
Ms. Gaskins, though, don't we have to request the hardback books for our children at the high schools? I mean, it's not automatic for every student.
Well, and every school attempts it a little different way in terms of their ordering of the materials that are available and how they're distributed. So some teachers may say, at your request, we'll make sure a hardback comes home.
Okay, I was just gonna say, because my experience with my son was I requested the book and he got it, and I was not on the board at that time.
Right, yes. But duly noted tonight that we need to give some attention to those processes, so.
I guess the only other question I have is, as far as the committees that we have, it seems like we've got administrators, teachers. I've heard about a lot of feedback. Roughly, what is the sample size of our adoption committee? Like, how many people are actually involved with this process and arriving at these recommendations?
Every elementary school had a K-2 rep and a 3-5 rep, and our immersion schools also had a K-5 immersion rep. Every middle school had one rep for grades 6 through 8, and then one for the geometry course, so also 2 reps for middle schools. High schools, it depended on the number of courses available, but 2 or 3, maybe more.
We had one per high school, and then we also included the College Center in the courses that they teach. They were members of those committees.
Okay. Math is near and dear to my heart, so I'm just bubbling on the inside right now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Board, any other questions or comments? All right, so we have a motion on the table to approve the recommendations of the District Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for K through 12 mathematics. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Moving on, do I hear a motion to approve policy IKA, IKAR, grading assessment systems?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy IKA, IKAR, grading assessment systems.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, Ms. Gaskins, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you. So I do want to take just a second to recap how we got to the point we're at tonight. Back in January, we brought forward some recommendations for both elementary and secondary grading practices, and I think since then we've had the most discussion around the recommended revisions to the elementary practices. And so at the beginning of this year, we did assemble a work group who spent some time, and that work group was comprised of at least one person from each school, including parents, teachers, counselors, and administrators. And we did have a couple of middle school counselors in the group as well, because we'd heard that transition to middle school was especially tricky, given the way we were doing standards-based grading in elementary school. And so that group spent some time really thinking about the research and giving lots of feedback about our current practices. We do have 2 members of that original working group here tonight, Allison Garnish-Lee. Thank you, Allison, and Melissa Mixon, who were teachers who served on that group, but also are parents of students in Lexington 1, so kind of serve dual roles. They're here tonight. After that, we received feedback from our advisory council, so our parent advisory council, which included 36 elementary parents, 34 secondary parents. Not all attended the meeting, of course, where they gave the feedback, but it was very well attended. As well as our teacher advisory council, we got feedback from on 2 different occasions, 33 elementary teachers and 33 secondary teachers, as well as our principal group, and I think all of our elementary principals are here tonight. Thank you so much, and have shared kind of their position on how we move forward with grading as well. And so we wanted both members of the working group and our principal group to be here tonight to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. So the feedback-driven progress reports that you all supplied to the board were golden, because I don't have elementary age children anymore, but by looking at that, all I was thinking the last several months was met, partially met, needs improvement. That may not be exactly it, but when I looked at the teacher comments at the end, that was the thing to me. I said, okay, you're not just telling me my child met, you're not just telling me they partially met, you're giving me specific comments of my child's strengths and weaknesses and what we can work on at home to undergird what is happening. So that was very clear. I appreciate you all sharing that. And the only question I have about that is, does every student in elementary school underneath the standards-based grading get that same level of detail on their comments on those report cards?
That's the expectation, but I can say no.
So the feedback we got from parents was a couple of things, so that we needed to do that more consistently across the district, and I think our principals know that and continue to work on that. That and the P itself is confusing, and so that's why we separated that P from just partially met to also approaching, to give some distinction in terms of exactly how close students were to mastering the standard.
Ms. Gaskins, can I ask a follow-up question? I did pass out a report card as an elementary parent. I think I was the only one who's probably had like hands-on experience with this recently. Can you help us understand on page 2 of what I handed out in related arts, so things like physical education, art, music, world language, I feel like it's really helpful for parents on the English language arts, the mathematics, the science, the social studies, but those have a lot less standards, obviously, than some of the others. So can you help us understand what that process looks like for those teachers to grade compared to like a homeroom teacher, for lack of a better definition, who has about a page and a half?
Right. So one thing to consider with that too is the amount of time the related arts teacher spends with a student versus the homeroom teacher. So I may see a student every 5 days, and I also see many, many more students in a given week than that homeroom teacher would see. So we do assess fewer standards, but they still are based on the state standards, but we have fewer that they assess because they have less time with kids.
And so are those assessment or sub-assessment categories, like under English language arts, there's at least a dozen. Do we have a decision at the district level of how those are determined by grade level, or is that a requirement of the standard-based grading? Because one piece of feedback that the board has heard from teachers is that this is time-consuming for grading for them compared to a regular grade.
Right. So the actual feedback-driven progress report and the standards that are reported on are determined at the district level. We have gotten the feedback that teachers want to be more involved in which of those standards are on the feedback-driven progress report. And then assessments that are developed at the district level are aligned to those standards. So you know when I'm assessing number 3 on this particular assessment, it's aligned with how I'm going to report it on the feedback-driven progress report.
I just have a comment, not a question. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the principals and teachers and parents who are here tonight, and the feedback that you provided throughout this process. It is very much appreciated. You are the experts. I think one thing that has come out of our conversations is that parents want information, they want to understand how to support. And so I think the perfect marrying of all of that is this proposal to implement grading to a lower grade level. But I think also the takeaway that I believe most of us are having, which is we want to figure out how to make that communication with our parents maybe a little more clear. And it doesn't mean we have to make grades look a certain way, but maybe the conversation needs to be a certain way. So just appreciate all your work and appreciate all the conversation we've had up here. I think it's been a good process to kind of talk it through. So appreciate the recommendation again. Thanks.
Anybody else? Or I'm gonna go if nobody else wants to go real quick. All right, so I promise I'm not getting ready to filibuster here, but I do have a few things to say. This topic has probably been weighing on me more than anything we've looked at since I've been on the board, which isn't that long. But it's still, I've had some sleepless nights. And first thing, how did we get to this point? First, the district office brought us a recommendation, and I want to say thank you, not taking anything away from the work y'all did, because y'all did what y'all were asked to do. So I think that begins with us, the board, that we need to do a better job of communicating how we feel, the way we want things to kind of look and get feedback for that. Second thing is I've heard from a lot of people on this topic. It's not something I've taken lightly. I have done a lot of research. I have talked to many people. Some I've reached out to personally, some have reached out to me. I see all the principals sitting here tonight, and I appreciate y'all for being here. I know y'all care. To the ones that I've talked to, that I've put my trust in, to kind of give feedback and bounce stuff off, thank you. I'm very, very appreciative of that. And don't forget that how highly I think of y'all for that. To the teachers that have reached out to me, I appreciate the feedback. One thing from everyone I've talked to, is there a consensus on this subject? Absolutely not. And I think that's the hard part where we're at, is where do we need to, draw the line? What is the correct way that we need to do this? I look at it from two perspectives. One is, yes, we listen to the parents, we listen to the teachers, and we listen to the administrators. They all have valid points. They all have valid issues they want to touch and reasons why they support one thing or the other. I think we all up here are doing this for the benefit of the children, to make sure they perform at their very best. But I will say the thing I've heard the most is from the teachers, and I appreciate Ms. Hooker saying this earlier, is all teachers have a voice. And what they have told me unanimously, for the most part, from the teachers, that they may not have been on these committees, but one is they wish they had more input on some of this stuff. Some of them didn't even know we were even looking at the grading policy. And so saying stuff like that gets me that we've got to do, as a district, the board, the admin, the district office, of communicating these things to teachers and to the parents. I think we're at this point because of that. I think the rollout of this thing during COVID was thrown out very quickly without much instruction to anyone. They just said, here, let's do it, we got to get this going. So hopefully tonight we can kind of do something to correct that and get everybody back on the same page. There's probably going to be a vote on two different options. To be honest, I will be happy with either one. So I'm not saying that one's better than the other, but there's one that I actually think more highly of because of the impact I've gotten from certain people. And those certain people are the teachers that work hand in hand with those students and what they have asked and what they would prefer. So with that being said, I am done with my comments and look forward to anybody else's comments.
Mr. Anderson?
I just want to say to our educators in the room, I think that you can see, and as we have kicked this can down the road, how seriously this board takes this matter. Like everyone else here, I mean, we've heard from a lot of teachers, we've heard from administrators. As recently as yesterday, or day before yesterday, an administrator sent us a lengthy letter with their thoughts about it. And this is not easy, not something that we take lightly, and I just hope that we as a board can land on something that everybody's happy with.
So we have a motion on the table to approve policy IKA, and in our board packets, we have a second reading listed for policy IKA. And just clarifying here, is that the policy we're voting on? The one that's listed under public content is the one where it has numerical grades beginning in grade 3. However, there is in administrative content a second option of it beginning in second grade.
Yes, ma'am. The recommendation that we are making is the one that's under public comment, so that everyone who's, excuse me, who's a member of the public could see what we're recommending. At a board member's request last week, we added the second grade option under the administrative content, but we put it under administrative content to make it clear that that is not our recommendation.
Okay, so Ms. Shealy's motion that Mr. Rice seconded vote in favor of it would be voting in favor of beginning numerical grades in grade 3 and keeping the standards-based grading in grades K through 2.
Correct.
And clarifying, let me just look back at the policy. That's a clear cut, all numerical grades beginning in grade 3, not math and ELA and then standards-based in the other 2.
That's correct.
Okay, board, do you understand what we're voting on right now? Okay. So all those in favor of the motion to approve policy IKAR, grading and assessment systems, please say aye.
Aye.
So Mr. Rice, Ms. Shealy, and Ms. Henson.
Madam Chair, let's do a show of hands on that
Okay.
one.
Please raise your hand if you're in favor of policy IKA with the grading beginning in grade 3. All opposed? Okay, so the motion fails. So we don't have an adoption of a policy right now. So anyone want to bring it to the table?
Yeah.
So then there's a second policy in our packet.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we take the recommendation of the second grade option in our packet.
Okay.
IKAR, correct?
Do we, well, it's IKA. Okay, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Well, I'll go. The board, the previous board, heard from our community. And people in our community, specifically middle school parents, brought forth the concern that their children leaving elementary school were not prepared to receive grades in middle school. So we tasked the district with, hey, let's look at the grading policy. And they did. And they came back to us with a recommendation of 4th and 5th grade. And as a district, as a board, the majority of the board wanted to send that back. And so they came to us with another recommendation of grades 3 through 5. And we've received feedback from every single elementary school principal in our district, the leaders of the schools for our youngest learners, who have specifically said to us, grades 3 through 5 would be their recommendation, actually just math and ELA in grade 3. And while I know Mr. Pizzuti said he's heard from people, I've also heard from people as well. And I would not support us going against our educational leaders and the experts in this area.
I guess I would just say that I haven't heard from anyone, any teachers in support of, the first motion.
You haven't heard from a single teacher that's supportive of 3rd grade?
Everyone I've heard from has only said we would really like for it to go back the way that it was, and it worked really well to have a gradual release, if you will, from 2nd grade into 3rd grade, because 3rd grade is such there's a lot of change going on in 3rd grade. It's a pivotal year.
Madam Chair, I think the hard balance up here is that we talked about this before, there's not a consensus. And I very much appreciate all of the elementary school principals. But at the end of the day, our emails have been flooded by teachers who are the ones that ultimately are physically doing the job every day. So it's not that I don't agree with the administrators, but we've heard ad nauseum from hundreds of teachers.
Who's heard from hundreds of teachers that we do 2nd grade?
I have received several emails, and the board as a whole has received several emails.
The board as a whole, have you received several emails, Mr. Rice?
I've not
Hundreds?
received hundred. We've received a couple, but they may not be copying all of the board on their correspondence. That could be part of the issue.
I received a lot on my personal email, not even the school email, because a lot of them didn't even want to be named or to be known that they were having issues.
So are we calling out that there's a disconnect between our elementary principals and teachers? Is that what we're saying?
There is a disconnect. There's clearly a disconnect with how teachers feel versus how the principals feel, I would say, because the principals have written us a letter stating that this is how they feel, and then the teachers were hearing something different. So I don't know if it's a disconnect between the teachers or principals, or if it's a disconnect with the committees that we've put in place. I don't know, but.
Madam Chair, we have, these are the people that know. These are the people with the knowledge, the
If you're
facts.
a teacher, an elementary teacher in the audience, can you just raise your hand? Okay.
All right.
Board, would you
Go
be
ahead.
willing to entertain hearing from these three educators?
I don't think we need
Absolutely.
to drag, I mean, sure. I don't
I'd
need to
also
drag
like to
this.
hear from the administrators.
The only thing that we're asking of right now of this board is to make a decision on whether you think that ELA and math should be graded in second grade. I don't think that's such a massive ask. It is a way for teachers and parents and students to know where their student is when they reach third grade. It's a very important year. And if you get to the end of second grade, and you don't know if your kid is where they are, and they go into third grade and then they get held back because of reading or they're not ready, you don't know. I'm telling you, you don't understand as a parent where your child is with this partially met, the standards-based grading. It was rolled out as a temporary thing, and it's still sticking around, and I think it needs to go back to the way it was. It was working well.
So
This is what I keep hearing from teachers.
Well, in a point of procedure, I want to be careful about
right,
just
right.
allowing anybody in the public to speak. That's not our policy. So if the superintendents or senior leadership are calling up people to speak, I think that's one thing, but I think it opens up a door that we could get in trouble with.
So,
Ms. Gaskins. Ms. Gaskins.
I did invite two teachers here tonight specifically because I know that you'd had questions about the recommendations from the working group and the process they had used to reach those recommendations. So they are here for the purpose tonight if you'd like to hear what the conversation was in that working group that made the recommendations.
So I just wanted to walk back for just a second, a point of order. So the motion that was on the table was motion about the IKAR.
So the motion.
But the administrative rule was not included in that motion. So if we do take this vote, are we voting just on IKAR and leaving the administrative rule out? Or do we need to amend that motion to include the revised IKAR and the administrative rule?
The original motion said to approve policy IKAR. Both were included in the original motion. The original motion failed. There's a new motion out there to take the not the recommendation of the district, but the second version that's in our board docs to move it to grades in second grade in math and ELA.
But only for IKAR, not policy IKA, which was in that original. You had two in the original motion.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to.
Mr. Pizzuti could amend his
Yes,
motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion to accept policy IKA and administrative rule IKR second grade version.
Okay. He made the motion. Mr. Anderson, you
I will
seconded?
second that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I make one comment real quick? I'm reminded a little bit of our book study and a section that Mr. Price shared with us, the stop sign story. And if y'all remember the stop sign story, there was a character who was very insistent. She had concerns about traffic in her neighborhood, and she was insistent that stop sign is the only answer to this problem. And what I'd like to try to get us to entertain is I think we all agree on the problem. The problem being we want to make sure our kids get the best education possible and the communication with our parents is the best it can be. And there are multiple ways to skin that cat, which I love cats, so I hate to say that out loud. And I think either of these options would skin that cat different ways to get potentially the same outcome, okay? I think for me, the most important question to be answered tonight is, do I value the voice and the time that our principals, our teachers, our parents have put into making a recommendation? And we haven't even accepted the original recommendation. We've already made changes to it. But are we going to stand up here and show that we support and value your feedback, your professional feedback, at the same time set that expectation that communication with parents has got to be better under the standards-based grading? So I just want to just toss that out there. It's very easy to get entrenched on this is the only way. But y'all, it's not. There are two different ways. And probably either one of them could work.
That's true.
But there's a message that is relayed depending on which direction we take to the people who work in our district.
Madam Chair, in response to that, I wholeheartedly agree with what Ms. Sheedley says, that we do value and look forward to the communication with our principals, our teachers, and our parents. I think where the disconnect is, or to me at least, is I can only go by information that I receive. So I've received a recommendation, I've talked to people, I've gotten the letters, but I've also talked to people that were not part of that letter, not part of the working groups. So where do we draw the line is the problem. Do we listen to just those people in those working groups, or do we listen to the other people that were hearing the same thing or something totally different from the same amount of teachers or parents or even assistant principals that I've talked to on the other side? So, I mean, I get the problem is you can't pick one or the other. You got to look at both sides and make your decision based on only the information that you receive. And that's how I base my opinions on it. You can tell, everyone here can tell, we are all passionate about this. Yeah. We are all passionate about making sure that our students are getting what they want, what the parents want, and what the teachers want. And so don't take that away from anything that we're doing up here. Is we're not passionate about that we want our students to go out and excel in their life, because that's what we're debating up here. But I hate to say I preach, but I've kind of been on a theme all night about communication. And I think that's the main thing that brings us to issues like this is we all need to do a better job with communication.
Madam,
Dr. Post, wait. Oh.
I just wanted to, we had a motion, we voted, we have another motion. I want to be cognizant of our time. Mrs. Gaskins offered to have somebody speak if we want to do that. I think we've all talked a lot, so I think we should move things forward if we need to.
Okay, Ms. Gaskins.
So may I invite forward the teachers who served on the working group, just to tell a little bit about their experience and why the group made the recommendations that they made.
Hello, I'm Allison Granishley. I am the lead interventionist at Gilbert Elementary, and I have a first grader at Gilbert Elementary. I came to the district 2 years ago, and I absolutely love it. But I spent the bulk of my time working in a district in first grade that did traditional grading. So I went into this with the assumption that I'm going to try to steer the conversation that way because it's what I was used to. But I left with a different mindset because I was able to have conversations with parents, other administrators, colleagues, who got me to understand that it's not necessarily about what I am comfortable with, but thinking about our young learners on a progression of where they are at the beginning of the year to where we want them to be at the end of the year. And I think especially with our young learners, and I would throw third grade in there, and I'll explain why in a minute, but I know that's not the motion, but with our K-2 students, we are not only teaching them the foundation they need to be successful for their whole career, we are also teaching them how to be a learner, how to recognize what kind of learner they are, and how to improve in that learning. And I worry that if my first grader came home and he had a 60 on his paper, and he says, I'm just not good at that. What am I teaching him on the continuum of being a continuous learner and figuring out, well, why are you there and where you can go? Which is why when we kind of expanded that not yet met or that partially met, because that was very broad. And as a mom, I didn't really understand it. And I work in the district, so I got that. But kind of stretching that out and really splitting it up between, are you partially met but kind of lower towards not yet met, or partially met going towards you're almost there, kind of helped me have those conversations with him that I think it's lost when you give a grade for an assignment that assesses multiple skills. You don't get to talk to them about those specific skills on that specific assignment. And the reason why I kind of want to touch on the third grade is for the same reasons that you had talked about. It is a very big transition year. There's a lot put on third grade students and a lot put on third grade parents and third grade teachers because of Read to Succeed, and we recognize that. But it's also the year that our students kind of move that scaffold from the teachers doing a lot of heavy lifting to get you to be an analytical and critical thinker, where now you have those skills and you have to do the bulk of it on your own. And that's a lot for a child. And I primarily work with third grade, and so they struggle, especially at the beginning of the year, which is why when we kind of came up with, originally we said fifth grade, because we do recognize there needs to be a easier transition to middle school. That's kind of like the big thing. Why, when we originally brought it down to fourth grade, I thought this is great. They should know who they are as a learner by that point. They've had the opportunities to spend a year taking that foundation and actually applying it. And so that's kind of where my head was at. So I left with a very different view than what I went in with, which I appreciated.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Mixon. I'm the lead interventionist at Midway Elementary. I have been in this district 17 years. When I started here, we were grading in second grade. I taught second grade, I've taught third grade, I've taught fourth grade, I've done literacy coaching, I'm now an interventionist, I've worn a lot of hats, and now I'm the mom of a sixth grader. That hat's not pretty. I left she and her dad doing math at home. We did give the recommendation that the transition be in fifth grade. I felt like it being in sixth grade was fine because elementary school is supposed to be a place where they feel success, where they learn to fail and they learn to learn from their mistakes. And when we put grades on a paper and put those in front of a child, the anxiety that it creates for a lot of our children is big. I'm seeing that with my sixth grader. She's not a straight A student, so we're having to navigate that. And my fear of bringing that down to our little ones, where we're teaching them it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for you to try this. If you do it wrong, it's all right. But when I say that and then I give them a paper that says 56, you got half of them right, but you failed. That to me is heartbreaking with my kid now. And so imagining doing that to a third grader, even a fourth grader, like it's hard. And I know that where we are with our kids, we started this process of feedback-driven progress reports before COVID. We started rolling it out in schools and grade level by grade level, and it was a conversation before COVID. And so when COVID hit and we rolled it out really quickly, we didn't view it as a quick fix. We viewed it as, okay, we have to do this really fast, but we didn't think it was going away. And so it's not perfect. We know that. We know that our teachers need training. We know that our parents need training on how to receive the feedback. We know that our students need training, and that's what we're doing. And at the elementary level, that's a safe place for them to do that. And it's a safe place for parents and for kids. And I just want elementary school, it feels like we're sucking the fun out. And it's still supposed to be a place where they come and want to come every day and love to learn and want to learn. And putting grades on papers for them, that's not it.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to that example of the student getting the 56 on the assignment. So as people who have received grades, we know what a 56 is.
Yes.
We're like, okay, we got that. What would it look like from a parent's perspective for a student who has a 56% understanding of the content as far as standards-based goes? So would a parent expect to see a bunch of PMs, or would our teachers give feedback to parents with concerns or would it be not yet met? What would it look like practically from that?
If a student has 50% of the content, ideally it's partially met with feedback as to here's how you can grow to become a MET. Because 50%, you're halfway there. You've got half of, you're getting there. You're partially there. Here's how you're going to work to get there and how we're going to do that. So it would be a partially met, and this is as putting my teacher hat on, but with feedback to the student and with the parents.
May I ask a clarifying question
Yes.
for you? And I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of your names off the top of my head.
Melissa Mixon.
Okay. I am reading the policy, and our policy says that we are talking about regularly issued report cards. So what the policy we have in front of us is talking about is what the grading would look like on the report card.
Mhm.
What I heard both of you say was that there's concern about putting grades of numerical number in front of young learners. How does that change within the classroom? Because our policy doesn't speak to grading in the classroom, it speaks to report card. So I'm trying to follow your day-to-day that we don't live.
Right.
Yeah. Can I add to that? So in the district that I came from, we did something similar to like the 4 rating scale. We didn't have not yet, like they called it something different. So while I gave grades to my first graders and they went in the system, the computer changed the final grade to that partially met, what the equivalent of that would be. So my first grade students, I never gave, like they didn't see that. Their parents and I had those conversations, but the formal report card, it kind of changed that. And if we're thinking about that and how we can help our parents understand what that not yet met or partially met, and if it makes it easier for our teachers to understand, then you can kind of have like an equivalence. But I think the important part of that, identifying the standard that they're really struggling with and what part of that standard is where, with more clarity in explaining that to our parents, that feedback based on those specific standards comes in. But you wouldn't like be able to give 100% for this standard, if that makes sense, because those would be converted as like a whole grade. And I just think if you try to muddy those two things, you then kind of still lose out on why that standards driven part is important by trying to assign a standard a grade.
But I think in answer to your question, if we're giving grades on the report card, what that translates to a teacher's day-to-day is they're grading assignments and they're putting grades at the top of the assignments. As opposed to, on the report card, I'm giving them a number grade, but in my day-to-day, I'm doing met, partially met, not yet met.
So currently our elementary students in class are coming home with grades on work?
No.
With PM.
They come PM, yes, they would come home with a met, not yet met, or
On
a
the
partial
actual like on, let's say it's a writing example?
met. Yes.
Not sure that it's happening in practice. Just for what that's worth. I've never seen a grade.
Okay. I have for my own child, but I definitely can't speak to everybody's children.
I mean, I've seen it on my kids. I had one that kind of got through it without the standards base, and then one that went through it. One question I have is, did you, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I could have misunderstood you. They asked about a 56. That would be a partially met?
Yes. Okay, so well, you're asking me to equate here on the spot, but if in my mind, if a student gets 56%, they've gotten half of it, right? 56%. So if I'm looking at the content of something that I've graded, I'm looking, did they get half of the answer correct? So I'm thinking with an ELA hat on, like, they're almost there, they didn't quite get the answer right, but they got half of it right, that would be partially met.
So how wide is the partially met?
It's wide.
Well,
And that's where I do feel like we need, like I said, it's not perfect. Teachers need work at it because the partially met is big right now, and we do need more work in that area.
And that was one of the recommendations of the team, was to split the partially met into 2 categories. So and we haven't done any training on that. None of that work has been done yet, but that would be one of the changes made for next year, was that we would have approaching met and partially met. So I'm assuming a student in that situation may be on some of those standards closer to met,
yes,
but farther away on others.
Right.
Madam Chair, could we ask a couple of other people to get up and speak? Are we able to do that? Ms. Pinckney Reese, could you weigh in on that?
Hello. The board could There is the risk that Ms. Flashnick mentioned, but the board could agree to do that.
Okay.
If you're asking the superintendent to call on a couple of elementary principals, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
I think one, that they're in agreement, so perhaps one of them would be willing to speak.
Y'all want to draw
briefly.
straws or?
Briefly. Ms.
Perfect.
Mitchell?
Absolutely perfect.
But can you do the microphone?
As she heads to the mic.
I'm Margaret Mitchum, principal at Pleasant Hill Elementary School. And a few years ago, I started my career in Lexington County School District 1 as a second grade teacher at Oak Grove Elementary School. And this is my opinion. Your kindergarten, first and second grade years are those early childhood years. Those are 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. They are learning. These are their foundational years. They're going to build all the rest of their learning on what they have started in K1 and 2. I feel like it is developmentally inappropriate to grade 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. I don't think the grades tell the children anything. I don't think they tell the parents anything. Let me pretend that all of you have a second grade child. In, say, the second 9 weeks in second grade in math, they are adding to 100. They are telling time in 5-minute intervals. They are counting mixed coins. Your child comes home with a report card. You pick the grade, A, B, C, D, F, in math. Tell me what your child knows on telling time to 5-minute intervals. Tell me what your child knows about adding to 100. You don't know. The child doesn't know. Let me give you another example. You kind of said it. If I'm teaching telling time, I'm a second grade teacher, loved it. If I'm teaching telling time to 5-minute intervals, and I teach it, and I give students 10 problems, 10 clocks, say, tell me the time, and a child misses 4, what has the child made? A 60. I teach the child again, say, you don't have it all, you're gonna learn this. I give them 10 more problems, they make a 70. Okay, I'm working with them in a small group. I'm going to determine that they're going to get this skill, and I give them 10 problems, and they miss 1, they make a 90. We're celebrating, they made a 90. Add that up real quickly, and what grade am I putting on the report card? It's a 73. That's not right. But I will also tell you that my teachers know that if I was asked tonight to speak on their behalf about grading in K1 and 2, they support me 100% to say no. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you. Board, we have a motion ahead in front of us.
Yeah, that's really what we need to do at this point. We need to call for the question. The motion's on the table, we've gotten lots of feedback, but I think at this point we can beat this to death all night, but we need to call for the vote and see where we are.
That's where I was headed.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, Board, we have a motion in front of us for policy IKA, IKR, grading beginning in second grade. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of that.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused here. Can we back up just a moment? What are we actually voting on now?
So the motion to begin grades in third grade failed, and we have a new motion to begin grades in second grade,
For
starting
ELA
with
and
math
math.
and ELA. And so now we're voting on beginning in second grade for math and ELA.
A motion that's not supported by all of our elementary principals at this point.
Any of them.
Madam Chair, point of order. We have called the question. No more time for any comments.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 3 in favor. Any opposed? 4 opposed. This motion fails. Would anyone like to bring another motion to the table?
Madam Chair, can we go back and let's start at the very beginning again with the second reading of policy IKA and IKAR, grading assessment systems?
So are you making a motion?
I will make a motion that we vote a second time on the second reading of policy IKA, IKAR, grading assessment systems.
Beginning with grading in 3rd grade? Is that the one the original one?
Beginning with grading in 3rd grade.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 4. All those opposed? And the motion carries.
Ms. Reese, sorry, just one thing. Can we vote twice on the same motion? I just want to make sure we're not out of order, that's all.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item 11.3, which, well, okay, so this is, do I hear a motion to approve policy IKAB, report cards and progress reports?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy IKAB, report cards, progress reports.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? Ms. Gaskins, I'll turn this over to you.
This simply brings into alignment the reporting policy with the grading policy, so that there was some contradiction prior to these revisions.
Ms. Gaskins, in light of the previous motion, is there a way to ensure, and perhaps we don't do it during the policy process, perhaps it's just in day-to-day, that we take a hard look at these report cards for progress-based reporting and ensure that our teachers who did reach out and felt that they are cumbersome, and parents who felt that they are hard to understand, that we're making a concerted effort as a board and a district to ensure those folks that their feedback did not go unheard?
Absolutely. We'll need to do a lot of work anyway because we're adding the rating category, and so we will commit to doing that work.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I guess the only other thing that I would like to touch on from the previous discussions we had on the previous motion, I really want to encourage, I mean, we've got all of our elementary school principals here, and they are the educational leaders in their building, but they may differ with opinions at times with each other and with teachers and so forth. But I want to encourage our teachers, if you have some kind of a concern with how your school is being run, please talk to the educational leader in your building. Hash it out with them, because every school is not 100% identical. I hear too many times, I've been on the board a couple of years, but I hear so many times, I want to stay anonymous, I don't want to say anything, I don't want to talk to my principal, I want to talk to the board, but I don't want to talk to the principal. Well, if I go to Chipotle and I get a bad meal, I do not call the Chipotle board of directors to complain about that. I talk to the person closest to that restaurant that can affect that change. And so I'm just encouraging the folks that are out there. We love to hear from you as board members, but I'm telling you, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. When I ask, did you talk to your principal about this issue? The answer 9 times out of 10 is no. And I've had to try and discipline myself to send them back to the principal and at least work through those channels. I mean, I know it's a slippery slope, but I mean, I do this with the folks that work for me. I said, you're not going to agree with all my decisions, but I want to hear your disagreement, and let's talk through it. And we may decide to go with your way, we may decide to go with mine, but at least we agree to disagree, and I know where you're coming from. I hope we don't have a lot of teachers out there that are not talking to their principals and stewing over all of the decisions we make without talking to them. And I hope that we have principals that are actually listening and soliciting that feedback and making the right decision and not making just an authoritarian, this is what we're going to do, that's it, period. So I'm encouraging that. Tell each other something good.
Tell me something.
Tell each other something good. Tell them where you are. And we as a board want to hear from you, but please don't use the board as a pawn to try and just get your agenda through without talking at least to your principal. And so, I don't know, that's just my 50 cents worth. But I want us to communicate and talk to each other and not just fight about stuff amongst each other and talk behind each other's back and undermine each other.
And Mr. Rice, with that said, I want to commend our superintendent-elect, our senior leadership, our building administrators for the culture that we now enjoy. Because I'm going to tell you, you're talking about people, employees contacting the board. Some of you sitting in this room know that it hasn't been long ago that you could not do that, or you better not do that. I've been sitting in the hot seat before because I contacted the board the night before they voted on the budget one year and didn't include support staff in any of the pay raises. And I said, do something. If it's not but 1%, show everyone that, that you care about us. Just like everybody else, we had bills to pay too. And I was told that I would never do that again. That by what right did I think I had to contact a board member? And I am so happy that we don't live in that environment today. I'm glad that we all encourage that open communication.
All right, board, is there any other discussion for IKAB? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We are now moving on to 11.4. And 11.4 is the 2018 building construction audit decision. So we need to determine the scope of the work for this potential audit.
Madam Chair.
McCown.
Madam Chair, I move that the administration post an RFP for an external audit for the 2018 bond referendum, specifically including the following line items: the new White Knoll Elementary School, now South Lake Elementary; new Lexington Middle School, now Lakeside Middle School; the transportation facility at Gilbert Primary, new GES. Additionally, the audit should include any incomplete projects at the time the RFP is awarded. A committee to include 3 board members and an appropriate district personnel should be informed to evaluate RFPs.
Okay, so just for clarification, I was writing quickly. You want this audit to include South Lake Elementary, Lakeside Middle School, the transportation facility, and then I stopped writing then. Can you keep going?
Gilbert
more
Primary
slowly?
or the new GES.
Okay.
And then additionally, the audit should include any incomplete projects at the time the RFP is awarded. A committee to include 3 board members and appropriate district personnel should be formed to evaluate RFPs.
Okay.
Ms. Henson, I'm sorry, Tracy and I are trying to capture that motion. Mr. Pizzuti, do you have it?
Yes, you wanted to say. You want me to, well, I have it on. You want me to email it to you?
All right, so I think we'll need to get a second, and then we can have discussion.
Second.
All right, Ms. Flashnick seconds. So discussion. First of all, so let's talk about the cost of something like this.
We do not have costs, but I can, one thing that we could do is develop the RFP as recommended put it out for bid, and then the board can see the costs, and you have another decision point at that point in time. And the only question I have regarding that motion is whether the committee, I know the committee could develop the RFP. There's a procurement review panel that the board has already appointed that must review the RFPs when they come in. And I don't know that this is something we've discussed with new board members yet. So I don't think that the board can take a vote on who would serve on the procurement review committee after the bids come in. But we could have 3 board members and 2 administrators serving on a committee to develop the RFP. If you're willing to amend your motion in that way, Mr. Pizzuti. Otherwise, I don't believe that you can. The board's already appointed a procurement review panel for this year, and it would be after July 1 when you have an opportunity to reappoint a procurement review panel.
Mr. Pizzuti, could you just kind of share with us your thoughts on why you chose those projects?
Yeah. And first, let me amend my motion to remove a committee to include 3 board members and appropriate district personnel should be formed to evaluate RFPs, and change that to, I guess we could say
develop the RFP.
Develop the RFP.
Yes,
and I'll put that when I get this copied and pasted. The reason that these 4 were chosen was, of course, the South Lake is fairly new, so it's a complete project that's new. It got completed. Same with Lakeside Middle. We didn't want to do a full audit, but we want to look at some of the bigger schools that got done. The transportation.
I'm just curious, who's we? You say we don't want to do this, we don't do that.
I'm just speaking as generally.
So I.
Yeah, sorry.
You, okay.
Yeah, sorry. The transportation facility, I believe we've heard a lot of stuff on that one project itself. And then with Gilbert Primary, the new GS, there's been a lot of talk about what was in the original bond referendum, and what was not done and what was done and where it is now. So that's how I came up with those 4.
Mr. Pizzuti, just to clarify, so in the audit, the intent is to evaluate what for each of those facilities, what question are we answering for each of those? Is the concern that we had a budget A, but it spent a different amount? Is it the timeline of the project? Just to try to understand the questions we're trying to answer with each of these.
I mean, I think if you look at what was sent in our board docs, it kind of.
I'm looking at scope of services 2.1, 2.2, 2.3.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, financial review.
I think that the administration
compliance.
defined that as a starting point, I believe, but I don't want to speak for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I was looking at. I mean, I think there's tons of things we could look at if anybody wants to join in, but I mean, definitely a financial review, our original bid price, our original internal estimate compared to what the bid price was, what we actually spent on it. Did all the procurement aspects, were they completed in compliance with, all rules and regulations? What did we do good? What did we do bad? What did we come under budget? Did we over budget? I mean, stuff like that. What risk is the district got? I mean, there's tons of stuff to look at. I mean, I like what we were sent from the district.
I'm sorry, let me clarify my question. I didn't ask that very well. So we're requesting an audit. I think I remember last time because you mentioned there was concerns. So I'm asking specifically, what are the concerns that were identified with these locations that rose them up to the level of, we want to look at these because?
I think that's the point of the audit, is you want to see what worked, what didn't work.
Okay, so there's not a specific concern with these particular projects, just we want to check it out and see what went well and what didn't go well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, and I think, too, that these were in the last bond referendum, so I think that's the ones that we're hearing concerns about.
Madam Chair, I think what is being stated is that some more work needs to be done on what that RFP is doing. I mean, I think we're talking about certain projects, But as far as you defining the scope of what you want to ask someone to do, I think that's something we wouldn't necessarily do right here, but I think what they want to do is form that committee to say, what does this RFP intend to accomplish, and to put that together. I think that's what we're trying to do.
All right.
And at that point, then you can go back and, you work through your procurement committee and you can find out roughly what your costs are, and then you come back to the board and say, here's the scope of work, here's the RFP, here's the rough cost. Now do we want to move forward? I think that's where we are.
So, Ms. Halliday, I hate to throw you on the spot, but can you read to us what you have written in the record as the motion? Because I know that there were some changes that were made.
I just sent it because IT said I gotta install some Virtue, and I'm just like going crazy up here, so. Yeah, I think and I just emailed it to you, see if it came through. It may not have. I did email it to you to see if it came through, but.
So really, we really want to form a committee to write the RFP for an audit for those 4 items, right? Is that correct?
That's what I understood. Yes.
And then the board will choose to vote on the proposal that's.
Yeah, I would agree. That's probably the first step. So we probably need to change the motion together, because right now we're saying the motion is to administer.
To do the audit.
To do the audit.
But we really need.
So, yes, and I don't mind changing it, because I definitely think we need to, I'm in favor of getting this audit done. So I would change that we move that the administration, or I move that a committee is formed to include 3 board members.
And appropriate administrators.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been missing, Ms. Halliday, from.
Yes,
okay,
it was.
All right.
Oh, I gotta rewrite it. It's all good.
Ms. Halliday, once you have that typed in, if you don't mind just repeating it back, just so we're clear on what we're voting on tonight. Ms. Freeman, could you grab that mic for her and hand it to her? Thank you.
I think at the moment I've got that the audit would, are you including all of the scope of the schools' locations? Okay.
I still think that needs to be, that's what.
Okay. Motion that the administration post an RFP for an external audit for the 2018 bond referendum, specifically including the following line items: the new White Knoll Elementary School, which is now South Lake Elementary, the new Lexington Middle School, now Lakeside Middle School, the transportation facility, Gilbert Primary, the new GES, that a committee would be formed to include 3 board members and appropriate district personnel to formulate the RFP.
That's it.
Oh, and in the incomplete projects? Yeah, okay, yes. Additionally, the audit should include any incomplete projects.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you're posting, a committee to include, because your original sentence says the motion would be to post an RFP.
Yeah, it needs to move that a committee is formed to, I think you can.
A committee.
I'm trying to think on the fly here.
To develop an RFP?
Yeah, I move that however y'all want to word it here. Somebody WordPress it for me, wordsmith it. I think the main gist is we want to make sure that a committee's put together to develop an RFP with these 4 and any products with at least 3 board members on board and district personnel that's needed. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, I think you're forming a committee with
Yes.
board members and appropriate administrators to develop the scope of work so an RFP can be issued.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay. All those in favor?
We've got.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got to bring that.
Will
Let-
you?
Let's wait just a moment. Let's let the wordsmiths finish their work.
Might you display it on the
read it again.
screen?
Sure, yeah.
displayed on the screen, and Mr. Pizzuti, you read it again.
Thank you. Yes, one moment.
Yeah, thanks, because I will need to read it again. See, the board can work together.
This is what you call a board meeting with teeth.
Oh, God. Now I got to read it. All right. So I move that a committee is formed to develop an RFP for an external audit for the 2018 bond referendum, specifically including the following line items: the new White Knoll Elementary School, now South Lake Elementary; New Lexington Middle School, now Lakeside Middle School; the transportation facility; Gilbert Primary, new GES. Additionally, the audit should include any incomplete projects at the time the RFP is awarded. A committee to include 3 board members and appropriate district personnel should be formed to formulate RFP.
All right, and Ms. Flashnick, you second that? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Oh, yes, we can do that. Who?
I'm sorry.
So just so that we can move forward and not wait another month, is there anyone who would like to serve on the committee? Right,
I
Mr.
would.
Anderson, Ms. Flashnick, and Mr. Pizzuti.
I
Anybody else?
would, yeah.
Oh, and Mr. Rice.
Hell, yeah.
So we can't have 4 because
We
that'll
can't
be
have
quorum.
4
Right.
on there, it's a meeting.
Okay.
So who's going to step down then, because you got 4 right now?
So who?
Raise your hand.
I thought it was just 3.
I thought it
To
was
serve
just
on the
3.
committee.
On the committee.
Yeah. We have 4.
No, to serve on the committee, because 4 people.
Ms. Henson?
I can step.
No, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to include myself, Chris Rice, and Mackenzie Flashnick on the audit committee.
You
That's
just
right, kick the
excluded
old
mine.
guy out.
I'm sorry, Ms. Henson?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe we voted yet on this motion before we get to.
We did.
We have. You got it? Okay. Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
So we kick Mike off?
All those in favor of Mr. Pizzuti, Mr. Rice, and Ms. Flashnick being the 3 board representatives on the committee for the RFP for the building construction audit decision, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries.
I was going to be busy that day anyway.
Okay, moving on to item 11.5. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2025 district and school renewal plan submissions?
Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Chair, I move to approve the 2025 district strategic plan and school renewal plans as presented by administration.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Gaskins, do you have anything to share with us tonight?
I'll just briefly say, in accordance with state laws and regulations, it is a requirement that the district annually update the district's strategic plan as well as the school renewal plans and submit them to the Department of Education by April 30th. As you studied the plans, you probably noted that both the progress towards the performance goals as well as the executive summaries, which were a narrative analysis of how schools were performing, both had been updated and also include some mid-year data at the school level.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2025-2026 academic calendar as amended?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the 2025-2026 academic calendar as amended.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Gaskins?
Last one tonight. So the amendments include the addition of 6 collaborative planning days for teacher collaboration next school year in 25-26, and also scenarios around how we will make up for missed school days, which prioritize in-person learning, and also balancing being able to make up the days within the semester they're missed whenever possible. Happy to answer any questions.
Board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
In an effort not to belabor this, may I ask a commitment from administration on collaborative planning? When we bring back the 26-27 calendar, could we look at the policies? I can email you which ones they are. I don't remember off the top of my head. And one thing that I have heard a lot from staff, teachers, is that sometimes those days are not protected, especially for some of our teachers that were requiring them to do other professional development. And so I would like us to define what those collaborative planning days are so that there's a little bit more direction. And I would also like us to look at, I heard you earlier say that Mondays and Fridays probably weren't the best days, but middle of the week for families, especially full-time working families who have both parents working from home, is very difficult, especially when after-school programs follow the district calendar. So I'd like us to look at a way to just make it easier on our families, because that is something we've heard a lot of feedback for. It is very difficult for those days for families.
Sure. I do want to note that there are some required trainings that we don't want to have teachers stay after school on other days to have to do. So, for example, right now we have literacy training that is a requirement in the state of South Carolina, and it is very time consuming. And so could we not use 4 collaborative planning days for that next year? Teachers would have to stay after hours to complete that instead.
Would we have to pay them for that extra time?
They get a stipend for completing the modules, but it does not compare to the amount of time they are committing to that learning.
Yeah, I saw someone share the number of hours they spent recently. That was a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Gaskins, for saying that, because I've heard that from many, many teachers that have brought that up, so I appreciate you acknowledging that.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the 2025-2026 academic calendar as amended, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries.
And they're out.
Where's everybody going?
Now everyone's got to come back for March 5th if they did.
I did not hear the bell ring.
All right. Item 11.7 is a discussion of March 5th. So as you guys know, March 5th was a collaborative planning day. So it was already a half day for our students. However, there was significant wind that day, and we did not have school for our students, but our teachers did work that day. And so this agenda item is for discussion or a motion regarding whether to extend instructional time on a half day to make up the time the students missed on March 5th. Or we could take no action. Or would we have to, we would need to excuse that instructional day. Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we excuse the instructional day as the second board-waived day of the academic year.
I'll second
Thank
that.
you, Ms. Blashnick. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion?
I will just say that, you know, as we stated earlier, that the teachers did work that day.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to have to make this day up, those teachers would actually come back and work an unpaid day. So
Or the
I don't
half day
think-
would be like the last day of school.
Yeah.
And
Which is also a graduation day, which I think would be very difficult for people.
I think if nothing else, in the interest of morale, we excuse that day.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Moving on to item 11.8, do I hear a motion to approve policy JLCC, communicable infectious diseases?
Madam Chair.
I might do something to speed this up.
Go
so-
for it.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to make a motion to vote unanimously for 11.8, 11.9, 11.10, 11.11, 11.12, and 11.13, and 11.14 in the spirit of saving time?
Second.
So basically, let's get someone to make a motion to approve policies JLCC, JLCCR, JLCD, JCLDR, JLCDA. Do you see where I'm going with that?
So
you
moved.
And that's basically going to be a consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy JLCC, JLCC-R deletion, JLCD, JLCD-R, JLCDA, JLCDA-R, JLCDB, JLCE, and JLCG.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. Mr. Anderson, or Mr. Pizzuti, thank you for the second. Mr. Cooper, do you have any?
I will say thank you to everyone up there for making that motion and seconding it. And we'll just also state that these policies are being brought forward for second reading and approval, and there have been no changes since first reading.
Okay.
I wanted to hear Mr. Cooper read through all these policies.
Board, we heard about these at our last meeting. There have been no changes. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries. We'll jump down to item 11.15. Do I hear a motion regarding the allocation of funds for warranties on new computers?
Madam Chair, I move to reassign $1,407,925.26 in the 8% bond funds from IT device purchases to deferred maintenance projects, and to reassign $407,925.26 of assigned general fund balance from deferred material maintenance projects to be assigned for IT device warranties.
Whew. Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Thank you for the second, Ms. Flashnick. Is there any discussion on this?
Just to explain to the public, the district, the IT department, and our finance team work together to be able to save the district a lot of money by using expiring federal funds to purchase the computers on the tax-free weekend. We can't use those federal funds to purchase the warranties, and so we just need to do 3 transfers in order to make ourselves whole.
Okay.
And that this would not be something we'd have to worry about in the future, correct? Because I think I read something about that. I just wanted to put that out there.
It will not. This is a one-time situation because of the expiration of the COVID funds.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Back in January, when we began the book study, we had a well-laid plan to hold discussions at each meeting going forward and concluding the study in May. Since then, we have only been able to fit in 2 sections of study. And while this book lays out some thought-provoking concepts and applications that we can take away from it, we still want to wrap it up by May. So after discussion with board members, we've decided to take a more abbreviated approach to finish the study. Mrs. Flashnick and Ms. McCown will give a brief summary of their section considering the following 2 questions. What concept or quote in the section stood out to you? And in your opinion, were there any important implications for our district? And then next month, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Pizzuti will give a summary of their 2 sections, and I will wrap it up in May. So I will now turn it over to Ms. Flashnick to answer her 2 questions.
Should have prepared better. Let me get back to here. So step 2 was on clarifying priorities. So that would have been chapters, I believe, 7 through 10. The community's vision, the community's values, board work versus superintendent work, and understanding the assessments. I will say that for me, the one that stood out for me the most was a quote of, are we providing owner service or are we providing customer service? And Mr. Rice actually, I didn't pay him to make that introduction with Chipotle. But as a business owner, this one was very easy for me to kind of wrap my head around when you think about school districts, because as an owner, you find yourself in a similar situation. And I think what stood out for me for our district is that when it comes to a situation where we hear something one time or two times, that's probably more of the customer service, which needs to be happening at the school levels or the district levels. But once we start to hear that the Chipotle meals are bad at a particular location every time a customer goes there, and we're overwhelmingly hearing the exact same feedback over and over again, that's where I see the owner service coming in. So I thought that was really interesting. As a board role, our job is to sit at the owner level, not necessarily at the customer service level. But sometimes you're going to be hearing customer service feedback, and you have to know when it has risen to the owner level. So I believe I answered your two questions. If I didn't, I'll be happy to take any.
Thank you so much. Ms. McCown.
I guess two things that stood out to me on page 170, talking about, we've been talking about this for the last couple of years, but leading by example. Obviously, we don't always agree up here, but we are effective in the way that we disagree and the way that we treat each other with respect, and that's how we want to echo, to our students. So I'm proud of that and our board. And then I think communicating expectations is something that we're doing really well now with this new board. I'm proud to say that, our new board members have come on and really been really clear on, what they want to see and what they expect from district staff and each other. And so those two things, I think, I'm excited to keep doing.
Thank you so much. So next month, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Pizzuti, you're up for your sections. As our meeting concludes tonight, we'd like to encourage everyone to come support your favorite teachers at the Teacher of the Year celebration this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at River Bluff High School. Congratulations to this year's slate of school-level teachers who have received this honor. We look forward to finding out who our district-level teacher will be. March is Athletic Training Month, and we want to recognize our hard-working athletic trainers who take such great care of our student athletes. As Ms. Miller mentioned at the last meeting, this is National Procurement Month, and we want to recognize the hardworking team of individuals who make sure the district's purchases follow all of the legal and accounting requirements. And lastly, you'll see in front of us this delicious-looking artwork created by Centerville Elementary School students as we recognize National Arts in our Schools Month. We thank all of our fine arts and visual arts teachers and staff for providing the highest quality of programs and opportunities of art and culture for our students. We will hold a budget workshop on April 1st at 5 p.m., and that's the last time we will meet prior to spring break. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, before we adjourn, I'd like to take a point of privilege to say that I've accepted an invitation for tomorrow morning to accompany one of our students from Pleasant Hill Middle School who will be recognized on the floor of the House of Representatives by our Representative Paula Kuhn, Shayla Bowers, that you all may know from emails. The family invited me to be with them tomorrow, and that's just such a great honor, so that's where I will be if you need me. With that, I move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And the meeting is adjourned.